Well, apparently expanding now too. So I think they're.
Right for height.
I don't know.
It's not showing up on here. How are you? Here it is, given the fact that, let me get in here and see what goes on. All right, I guess I'll find out in a while.
Hey, how are you?
Yeah, I bet they are,
But they're good. Thank you so much.
I see Michelle.
Yeah, she's doing all this back in. You know what she did. Is that the IT guy? Yes, that's our IT guy. What's his name? Ross. Ross, okay. I'm glad he's here. Always helps me embrace us.
Well, what's the question? That's required. Yes.
Basket in the back. Yes, I do. Tell me that I come in here.
Kelly, it's been going on for years. And the answer is no. There's no reciprocal agreement, but there's no benefit to the borough, the civilians. None. Mutual aid exists regardless of any agreement. Agreement. They have to respond regardless. Likewise, we respond as part of the mutual agreement set up by the county.
Before, is it for a limited period of time, like 12 or 15 months?
Well, we were shooting you
How's Rocky?
Rocky's good. Really good.
Good. Here.
But that's coming to an end. It's coming to an end this week. On the switch. Yes, Joe. So we
They say health problems, so like we're hoping that something one we really haven't had a couple that's yes, and it's hearing is wrong, Molly, certified as rubber hole for her. I know, I saw that. Had a fourth, litter, after 4 litters, I think it's great, she does that. After a certain amount of litters, they go to the cross. Yeah. I'll tell you what, next time around, that's what I really worked with this time. I wasn't very self-understanding. My baby's no, it's great. Yeah. Here, and Ebola, and Ebola, and then
Very loud now. And that's the one we're trying to find.
Right, so they build a new park. You know, if we get to the table, and I don't mind if some of you are sitting there and saying, okay, what is the reciprocal agreement here? And you can't use mutual aid as the benchmark to say, well, we provide mutual aid. No, it's part of the taxpayer county, you know, fund to provide services for that agreement. So I kind of think it's a veiled attempt to say that's an argument. But I kind of think that it doesn't want to do it. I kind of think there's very large budget, you know, elected, you know, over the buildings that they had, they could have housed it, kept yeah, and if they were $7 million project compared to our 90,000.
Thank you.
Didn't think any more of it.
Oh my God, Alex. Is Mackenzie on vacation? Oh my gosh. Bummer for her, good for us. Good to see you.
Just temporary, but I'm here for now. Very good to see you guys.
It looks the same. Oh, there is one little, which I sent you the email, you're going to want to use the email. Okay.
Good, start.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation,
poster on December the 13th of 2022, that a copy has been placed on the bulletin board in the borough office, and that a copy has been filed with the borough clerk. As a courtesy to the public, this meeting may be attended via Zoom. If for any reason the Zoom portion of this meeting fails or is disconnected, the in-person meeting will continue and action can and will be taken, provided there is a full quorum. Councilwoman DeMarco?
Present.
Councilwoman DeNoble?
Here.
Councilman Gubitosi?
Here.
Councilman Weber?
Here.
Mayor Fox?
Here. Okay, good evening, everybody. Again, in the interest of being efficient and effective, we have put times on the agenda for the various topics. If there's follow-ups, we'll note those. If there's questions raised, we'll get formal answers out to individuals if we don't have those. Welcome to our 16th meeting of the year. We got a lot to cover tonight. We're going to continue to try to work the problems and opportunities of the community. Although we have no workshop topics tonight, we do have one ordinance for introduction, amending chapter 365 on rental units. Also excited to have some key leadership positions in place in resolutions, and additionally we'll cover some key steps we're engaged in as it relates to the disposal of 319 Lorraine Avenue Church. One other announcement I have, between agenda item 7 and 8, I am going to slip out and go on June, so I will miss the approval of minutes, so I'll just pass on those. But I will be actively participating in the meeting. I have a medical situation at home I have to do. Okay, so under presentations and bids, we have 3 things on the agenda tonight. The first we have is the Bradley Beach Fire Department sign revision. This has been on and off the docket for a while now, but Bob Napoli, who is, where's Bob? I know you're here. And a few of the his fire associates are here, and we'll ask Bob to give us a quick summary of what's going on. Is there? Oh, there's a new microphone.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, Council. Thank you for the opportunity and for the benefit of the record and the public. I'm Robert Napoli, the president of the Bradley Beach Fire Department. And tonight, the request from you this evening is an appeal for reconsideration of an electronic sign. As the council may recall, and for the benefit of the new members, the council in May of 2022 approved the request for the fire department with resolution 2022-18 to erect a new electronic sign. The resolution depicted that all the submittals within the application, the location of the sign, and other submittals that were relevant to the approval process. Just for background, there's a license agreement between JCP&L, which took about 8 years to perfect, with the Bradley Beach Fire Department, and JCP&L on the use of a piece of land. If everybody's familiar with Ocean Park Avenue, as soon as you hit the light, there's a alleyway, which is a right-of-way, which is owned by JCP&L, and to that left, if you're facing the traffic light, looking out west, there's about a 2-foot of grass strip. And so we have an agreement with, a lifetime agreement with JCP&L. And that detail was difficult to obtain, but nonetheless, it's perfected. Thirdly, there was a survey that we had prepared by a professional engineer, and the original submittal showed a sign that the council approved, and originally our intent was to try to get around all of the encumbrances, the telephone poles, the light poles, so that there was visibility, and it rested up about 4 inches off the sidewalk. Shortly after approval, one of the contingent factors of finalizing the application was to seek DOT approval. After discussions with DOT and several members, we also sought input from some of the public and asked them their thoughts. And it was decided that we would abandon the original sign location and relocate the sign 5 feet off the sidewalk. And if I may, submittals were provided, Mr. Mayor. Does the council have these submittals with plot relocation? Do you have any reference sheets to work from?
Do not, we had from the last time that you, no, we don't.
Let me see if I can accommodate you real quick. I'm sorry.
You want me to make two copies of that?
If
Would everybody, would you like to make a few
Yeah.
copies, a copy for each of you? Okay, I'll be right back. Sorry.
So with the public's input of certain members, we decided that the sign would be more beneficial if we relocated it to that particular area. Now, there may be a question, although it's redundant from the original approvals, the necessity for this sign. We're in competition, and there are two elements that we're in competition with. One is, in business, it's the law of diminishing returns. We operate a banquet hall, and we try everything, but it's expensive to do media advertising. And we feel that with the addition of the sign there, the banquet hall gives us really a financial boost. It helps keep the taxes low. For example, fire department operates about $40 per household. Adjacent communities like Ocean Grove, that's a fire district, will pay $7 million. A big difference between a $90,000 budget and $1.7 million budget. So the banquet hall is a beneficial financial boost for the fire department. In addition, volunteers. Diminishing volunteers. We need to acquire more volunteers. We're doing okay. We're good, but we can do better. And getting the message out through this public sign, I think, would be a benefit to us. And thirdly, it's content neutral. There will be no advertising on the sign whatsoever. It will be utilized strictly for government purposes, emergency purposes, and messaging for the banquet hall and the recruitment of volunteers. The fire department's been around for 130 years. And just alone, our administration, president, vice president, treasurer, secretary, combined 175 years of service, just the four of us. You're probably all saying, boy, we all old men over there. No, we have young volunteers, but it's leadership. And we provide that necessary leadership to the young volunteers. We teach them to put down their cell phone, to commit to a civic duty, respond 24 hours a day, go to school, be trained, be retrained, and commit to the community. And most of our members, if you took our trustees and our top administration, we have over 500 years of dedicated service. People like myself that were born and raised in this municipality and served in this municipality and will continue to do so until I don't have any blood running through my body. So I kind of think that the sign, I would respectfully ask that you approve the sign, contingent upon, of course, DOT approval. We would resubmit the application. I want to add that we received certain grants. We worked on this. We had original sign there in 2012. Since the banquet hall is open, it was destroyed. We spent 10 years fundraising for this element alone, and we received some grants from Senator Gopal. And I kind of think that, you know, it's all the money that was raised was not raised through donations from the public. It's from selling T-shirts, fish fries, and a lot. So if council has any questions, I'd be happy to answer.
I don't, and if I'm not mistaken, Bob, we approved this already, I thought.
Yes.
At the prior meeting, so you would just really come in and update us and confirm that we're good to go.
For reconsideration for relocation.
Right.
Because the original resolution indicated Exhibit A.
Right.
And Exhibit A is moved at this point.
Yeah.
So you have in front of you revised Exhibit A.
Yes.
So it was moved 5 feet, can you say which direction again?
5 feet off the sidewalk towards the firehouse.
5 feet closer to the front?
Now, 5 feet off the sidewalk back from the sidewalk.
Okay. But it'd be closer to the firehouse, in that direction?
Yes, exactly. Centered directly within that lot. So we're competing against the parking lot next door with pie trucks and homes. So we also felt that facing facing east, the only people that really could see it, you know, effectively would be stopped at the light. And for somebody to turn their head to look at the sign, you know, DOT had a few questions about that or concerns. And so it was decided to do a double face sign facing north and south. This way, the traffic on Main Street could have high visibility to the sign.
Good, okay.
Okay?
Great.
Good, thank you.
Appreciate it, Bob, thank you, and
Bob.
thanks for all the service you all provide. Thanks, guys, appreciate it. So, we'll go to the next item. So, the TM briefing on demolition management proposal. So the intent of that agenda item was to keep the public informed of what progress we were making on 319 Lorraine. Greg Fehrenbach, Councilman Gubitosi, and I met with the three companies. They're clarifying with an addendum, a short addendum, just to make sure that everybody's on the same page. That's out to them. I think we've gotten affirmation from one or two of those companies. And we fully expect to have a resolution and an award at our next meeting. I think we have pretty good alignment to move forward. But again, we'll have more on that in the next meeting. However, there's another item that we do want to review, and that is an update on the appraisal. If everybody could turn on their cell phones, whatever that is. As we've promised for a number of months, we've been addressing and making good progress on the assessment of what we call the artifacts for the facility for the 319 Lorraine. I thought it would be helpful to ask the appraiser we secured to provide us a brief update on and she can do the description. So Rose O'Connor is one of the principals of, I will pull it out here, Shore Antique Center in Allenhurst, but this is kind of, this appraisal part of her business is kind of a specialty that she has. So I'm going to ask Rose to come up, and probably the best place to stand, probably, Rose, is in front of this door over here, so you can kind of talk out to both groups, if you're comfortable with that.
That's fine. Good evening.
Point of order, Greg, you want me to leave for this? Should I be sitting here for this discussion? Okay, thanks. Thank you, Joe. Got it.
Okay, first.
John, you can use my office.
Is it something I said?
He lives next door. He lives
Oh,
next,
okay.
so he's not.
Okay. Hi, I'm Rose O'Connor Meyer. As the mayor just indicated, my husband and I own Shore Antique Center. We've been in business for South County, close to 40 years. First in Point Pleasant Beach and now in Allenhurst. I'm an appraiser. I have a background in art history, in gallery work, museum work, and have attended just hundreds of auctions. And I've been called to do appraisals all over the Northeast. My specialty is fine art. One might argue that stained glass, church pews, etc. is not fine art. It's more what we call applied arts or decorative arts. But I recently completed a similar appraisal for the Church of the Holy Spirit in Asbury Park. That church is also going through a reconfiguration, and I feel that the developers that brought me in felt that I demystified what they were dealing with, gave them clarity on how to save things that are important to their community, and know exactly what their real evaluation is, opposed to just someone's sentimental attachment to something. We like to put a dollar amount on things, and that's what I was instrumental in doing. So similarly, I met with Mayor Fox and walked through the facility, the church, and identified the stained glass, some pieces of furniture, some lighting fixtures,
et cetera, that I deemed valuable and placed values on those pieces. I've also provided the mayor information about the best use for these items going forward, and places that might be willing to sell the pieces, maybe at auction, or other people that might want to buy them outright. And mostly that would be like antique and architectural salvage type businesses. Should I elaborate more on my background? Or?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I have a degree in art history from SUNY Buffalo. I have graduate work from Harvard University, which I did part-time while I directed a gallery in Boston for 14 years. And at the gallery, absolutely my area of expertise was fine art, and it still is. But it's amazing and interesting how these things are interconnected. Now with the shop that my husband and I own, which is, if you're familiar, it's quite substantial. It's 14,000 square feet. We buy and sell a lot of stained glass and church pews and lighting fixtures and such that might have come out of an ecclesiastical type building. And we have a really good background of people, mostly decorators and architects and people in construction that like to use, really good quality things from the past that have interesting, artistic value. So these things have value. I think it's very wise and very prudent for you to understand that, particularly when it's cheaper to just demolition something and just make everything go away. These things should not land up in landfill. They have another life. So I hope I've provided some good information regarding that. What else?
Yeah, I would just maybe, the summary that we've shared with the council, I guess yesterday, we got the summary from Rose on I think Monday. It was about 43 items, as I recall, and 33 of those were stained glass. The majority of the value was there. The other things were obviously pew, bell, organ, tables, chairs, light fixtures.
Right.
It seemed from the, and correct me if I'm wrong, the biggest challenge will be obviously the stained glass.
Absolutely.
For a lot of reasons. You may want to talk to that, particularly the place you were talking about in Philadelphia. And
Sure.
I did have a conversation with Jim Foley today.
Wonderful.
So Jim Foley runs the foundation for the Church of the Seven Presidents, and
Right.
He has a keen interest in talking to us about potentially getting involved. So that'd
Sure.
be good. So maybe just elaborate on that.
Absolutely. And if there's questions at any point, feel free. I don't mind answering anything that we're talking about here. The stained glass, much of it is in wonderful condition. A few pieces are in deplorable condition. And there are many factors involved in that that's not worth going into. But the removal of these pieces it being done right is paramount, because something, a window that might be worth $800, $1,000, $1,200 could be worth nothing if it's not removed properly. So my advice to anyone in that position is to have your people that are doing the demolition, the people in construction, that understanding how they have to be removed. That's a very, very important part of it. I do have some people in my field, in my world, that do buy and sell stained glass. There's a gentleman in Philadelphia that we spoke of, but there's several others. And I suggested that maybe you bring somebody in like that, and if they have the interest, they might be able to be willing to remove the pieces or have someone in their crew remove them. That would be a best case scenario. So if something were to go wrong, it's on them and not you. But that's a very, very important step. So I would say personally that you know, you would probably want to evaluate the windows a little less to somebody who can remove them, because there's gonna be a fair amount of cost doing that professionally. Something else I'm supposed to talk about besides that?
Well, the only conversation I can share the conversation with the church of, with Jim Foley.
Oh, right, that's right, okay.
So, I don't know what percentage they're through that, but they're through a significant amount of the renovation. They've gotten funding,
They have.
they're moving.
Right.
So, for instance, he asked if we had a piece of stained glass that might have some either emotional or historical value. And I mentioned to him Sarah Down stained glass, and he said, you know, a piece like that, they would display the whole piece in their museum and, you know, certainly put a focus on it. So I thought that was encouraging.
That's very encouraging. Just by happenstance, I do a lot of things. I enjoy history a lot, and I love local history. I live in Allenhurst. I have my business in Allenhurst. And I know most of the historians that are in the small towns locally. Jim Foley being one of them, who's involved with the Church of the Seven Presidents. I happened to be at a fundraiser this weekend in Allenhurst. There's a small church, it's an Episcopal church, that was built at the exact same time as this church in Bradley Beach. This one was consecrated in 1903. Your church was 1900. So they're really the same period. This church in Allenhurst also served the summer population. So it was a smaller church and didn't have very, very grand windows or altars or carved pews and that sort of thing. But a lovely, lovely church, and they're raising money to keep it afloat. And while there, I talked to Jim Foley and mentioned that I was, you know, walking through the church here in town. And he said, well, you know, we might be interested in some of the stained glass. And Jim is fantastic about connecting dots. I mean, I know he's already currently collected a presidential desk and various other things for the church when it opens as a museum.
Right.
And really significant things. So his interest is really a wonderful thing, and maybe we can keep that piece of history alive, you know, here in Monmouth County for lots of people to enjoy.
Yeah, and I think the residents would appreciate this. In the conversation with him today, one of the things that the Church of Seven Presidents that was destroyed by vandals and or water was their organ. So they are in need of an organ as a donation. So again, he's going to come over in the next week or two.
Oh, that's great. And they're well funded, and people are really behind this project, so that would be
yeah, so that was encouraging.
really
So,
good. Oh, good to know.
But, so the conversation that we've had, and we're still finalizing this, how this will work, is that our view is there's kind of a front end, and that's the looking at the artifacts and making sure that they are removed and cared for. And then there's the back end, which is demolition. So we're trying to sequence that, and the other thing we're trying to do is potentially work with Ms. O'Connor and say, you know, can you help us navigate through this world so that, for instance, the Philadelphia dealer, if we can, you know, secure some interface with them and get something going. Clearly, the stained glass is the biggest challenge when you talk about pews, organ, bell, and stuff. That's transportable,
It'd be
movable.
much easier to deal with, yes.
But the stained glass is kind of the kicker. So, and there's 33 pieces, I think,
Right.
total.
Third,
Yeah. So,
yeah.
so that's where our mind is right now on this, and we're continuing this discussion. But I don't know if you have anything else to add.
Yeah, you know, if anyone has questions, that's great. One thing I failed to mention, I have certification in appraisal studies from NYU on top of my other education, and I've worked in several different museums, and I've placed important artifacts in numerous museums in the country as well. So I have some good relationships with people that kind of make sense with this.
Council, have any questions?
Yeah. one or two. Hi, I just
Sure.
want to ask a couple quick questions.
Sure.
So, number one, thank you for joining us tonight and for the work you've already done. I appreciate the fact that the mayor reached out to you because a concern that I've raised for a few months has been, how do we isolate what needs to be done to protect, preserve these artifacts?
Sure.
And as recently as a month or two ago, there was a proposal in front of us, a resolution, basically to hire an engineer to coordinate the demolition. When we followed up with those engineers, 3 different firms, they all said, you really need at least 2 prongs. 1 prong for the stained glass, perhaps the other artifacts are easier to remove.
Right.
But stained glass, your typical demolition company is not going to be prepared to remove the stained glass.
Right.
And so that led us to, and I say us, myself, the mayor, and our business administrator, to better appreciate the kind of the longer term strategic vision we need to do this properly in the right phases, so the timing works for everybody, including the demolition company. One of the engineering firms told us we, the borough, might not even be able to get the best demolition companies if we asked them to take care of the artifacts, because most of them probably would not want that responsibility. That's not what they do. So that was very helpful, and then because of that, I know in the last week or 2 or 3, the mayor reached out to you, and we've been able to do some analysis as well. Just so that people know, but I'd like to get your reaction to this. I'm understanding that there's a few different ways we can go with this. We can basically offer the artifacts salvage to a demolition company. We say, look, you keep the artifacts, give us a credit, give us some kind of dollar savings.
Sure.
You dispose of it. Kind of takes us out of the middle. It's not what I think would be my preferred approach, but it's an option we can consider. We can also more stealthily remove the artifacts more appropriately. And then we were touching on this moments ago, we could be in a position to donate them to entities, organizations that would put them to hopefully wonderful use, museums and so forth. My understanding is we would be largely donating. The only thing we might ask the donee to do is help us fund the removal. I don't know, is that what you might typically say?
That's a possibility, you know. I think your first possibility is probably remote, only because demolition people don't really want to try to sell stained glass.
Yeah, yeah.
You know, they like to go boom.
No, they
They like to throw it in the dumpster.
They probably have to bring in a specialist themselves.
Yeah, so, you know, you're probably like giving them a job they don't want to do, I'm thinking. But, yeah, anything's possible, and that's good to think in those terms.
So now, beyond donating, we certainly could keep. I mean, some of these artifacts may or may not have significant monetary value, but they might have intrinsic value to our community.
Absolutely.
And perhaps we have a historic museum. I'm pointing to a gentleman in the audience who's our historian for the borough. If we have the right facility, you know, temperature control and so forth, that might be an option for the borough to retain some of this material. And then finally, if there was any significant dollar value, we could conceivably just sell some of the pieces, you know, outright on auction sites and so forth.
It would make some sense to try to sell what's sellable, so that maybe that can facilitate the other applications that you'd want to use. Yeah, I that's just my thinking, but I think that makes a lot of sense.
But I think what I learned just through 3 phone calls that the mayor, the business administrator, and I had over the last 2 days, we talked to the 3 engineering firms. Universally, they agreed that we needed a plan. You can't just, well, you say that, but a week or 2 ago, or a month or so ago, we were just going to, you know, hire the engineer, figure out later, and they all said, have a plan, and present that plan first to the engineers, so the engineers could present it to the bidders, and we might have 2 sets of bidders. One is the demo company, one is the company that extracts the artifact. So that's my quick update for the audience, but I also want to make sure you concur.
Yeah, I'm with you on all of that, definitely, definitely.
Any
Can I take a question?
I have one question about the one window that I'd identified as being a possible Tiffany studio. And I don't know if you were able to examine it because it's one of the ones that's been covered.
It's very dark, yes.
Which is really a shame. But I've had two stained glass experts who've seen photographs of it, who both thought it was certainly in the style of, and they really thought that it should be, really researched further. I've checked with the Tiffany archives, which are actually pretty,
Right.
so it's still a possibility. I was wondering if you had any.
Yeah, I had some thoughts on that. I would feel great pain passing something, off, not knowing it was Tiffany and finding later it was. That would be sinful in my mind. Yet, I'm a person that works from aesthetics, and I'm pretty well versed in stained glass from 1880s to 1930s, precisely when Tiffany Studios were doing this sort of work. A lot of the different studios were doing work similar. The quality's not there.
It's not there.
That's me. That's on me if it comes back otherwise. But what I would say to that is, yeah, my appraisal association in New York, I could hire you somebody to come out here and write the final word. It would cost you a fortune. And I'm afraid that I'm going to say what I'm saying. Some of the glass in the church is really lovely, but it doesn't really compare to the, I guess, the 7 known church stained glass pieces in New Jersey that are absolutely by Tiffany Studio. And of course, there's a difference between Tiffany Studio and Lewis Comfort Tiffany too. There's a lot of variation in value and in quality, but I feel it's not there. Another thought that I had coming to this decision is that the last church that I did had a lot of carved marble, it had murals, it had gold, it had a lot of opulence. Okay. This church doesn't compare in that same way. So did they go to the expense of putting all the money into the windows? I don't see it.
Your total budget was $15,000.
Was it? Oh, you did good. You know the numbers. I think the budget was incredibly higher than that when I saw the information of Church of the Holy Spirit.
Okay.
Bigger church too, granted, but in a poor community where people wanted this, amazing monument to God, and they didn't spare any expense.
That was a great deal of money, actually, in 1900s.
No, I understand that. I completely understand that. But I wish I could say I have like a little suspicion that it's by Tiffany. I don't even have that.
Okay.
But I hope that helps. I don't know.
Yeah, and I think you said, Rose, that, correct me if I'm wrong, there's 2 churches in the area. One is the church in Elberon,
Yeah.
on Lincoln Avenue, the Summer Church, I don't know what the name of it is, but it's on Lincoln Avenue.
I should know the name of it, and I
Yeah,
don't.
I should know too.
No, I think it's called the Elberon Church.
It's called the Elberon Church.
I think that's what it's called,
And
yeah.
the other is the church, is the Church of Seven Presidents have some Tiffany or no?
I don't believe they do.
They don't, okay.
I don't
all right.
believe they do.
I misunderstood.
Most of the other churches on the list are in northern New Jersey. The studios at that time were newer.
Right.
Tiffany, so, yeah. I don't have the list with me, but.
Okay, but there is one in the area.
I have one other question.
Sure.
That was, did you have a chance to evaluate the organ? Because it's a bit of a mystery to me, the research I've done.
I didn't, in a sense. I did at the other church. In fact, I crawled under some really scary places and found the little medallion that told me who made it. And then that company had all of the information. It was remarkable. It was great. They're keeping the organ, so that.
The console has the plate on it from the Odell Organ Company. I talked to the owner.
That's the same company.
I talked to the owner, and basically they have absolutely no record of it, and, which is really quite interesting. I mean, he identified the plate as being legitimate.
Okay, because that was the maker of the other organ at Church of Holy Spirit, but they had everything about it.
Yeah, well, I have nothing about it.
On their website, I didn't have to go
What's
to New York or
interesting is
anything.
Historically, it was identified as being a Jardine. And basically, those are the only historical records we can find in the other newspaper articles. And we think possibly at some point, Odell must have come in and done some work on it, maybe added some.
Okay, what they would typically do, I think, is they put a label on the side of the organ saying, just like, someone would get your piano up tuned.
You didn't get back into the actual
It did not.
works,
Yeah.
because they told me that there would be marks there, we would be able to identify from that, and I was not allowed to get back in there.
Oh, okay.
That's actually, it's a huge organ.
It is very large. I was told that if, I didn't actually appraise it. Because the thought was that was not going to be saved, but I can look into it further if need be, or maybe you should.
Yeah.
But, yeah.
I was extremely encouraged by Jim Foley that he had a strong interest.
That's
which was great.
fantastic. That's
That if we
fantastic.
could place that into the Church of the Presidents, that would be very
It would be
cool.
there for posterity, and
Yeah.
that's a good thing.
Would be very cool.
Is there another question?
Yes, quick question.
Sure.
On the, I think you said the original appraisal, you did appraisal.
Yes.
earlier. I just wondered what kind of number it was that you came up with. I know there are a lot of uncertainties here, but.
Do you have the total number?
Yeah, it's,
I guess I have it somewhere.
yeah, well, you're still kind of tweaking this.
The bell is
number.
not completed, yeah.
It's less than $20,000.
Thank you.
Ben, how much would it cost to remove all the stained glass we had it done?
I don't have a clue.
There's a dichotomy here.
That's
I know, it's
another
like-
We
business.
have this is a
Yeah.
very interesting dynamic here. When you think about the value, most of the value is in stained glass. And we did the estimate for redoing all that stained glass and refurbishing it completely. The number was over $400,000.
Oh, I'm not saying that.
No, I understand, but I'm saying, there's a dichotomy here that you have a value of something, like market value. Let's say that's $15,000 for the sake of discussion. If we would have completely restored the church, the cost of that, just the restoration, would have been $400,000.
But that's not what I was asking.
Okay, no, I know.
But I also wanted to know, didn't Ocean Grove want one piece of it, and are they
Yes.
still, and are they paying for that removal?
Yes, they are. It's probably like it's probably a little bit smaller than that screen, maybe somewhere between that size and that size. And it's the founder of the Ocean Grove Campus, Stuper Stoker, I always say his name wrong.
Right, it's something like
Yeah.
that.
So besides the restoration or the removal and selling or placing those stained glass windows, I'm a little bit fuddled thinking that there must be tons of molding in there that's worth a lot of money. It's all oak. Molding is very expensive, and old oak is very hard to find.
Yeah, the salvage person I know from Philadelphia would probably address that
I would look
and
into
whatever.
that, and-
There's beautiful pocket doors
That-
too.
I wanted the doors, remember?
The doors are fantastic.
That's in the estimate.
But
That was-
if you don't have a building that's exactly that size and that purpose, it's not so transferable.
Well,
Interestingly, some of the better glass, this is just, in the same vein, some of the better glass are pieces that are very religious, obviously. They're not as popular to resell as some of the smaller pieces that just have lilies, because you could put that in your dining room, you could, put it on your porch. It's more transferable. More people, a wider audience would be interested in it, thus the value of it is higher. So unless it's something very spectacular or by an amazing, studio, the religious pieces are not as valued as, secular pieces. And
Rose,
the
I
doors
just
are the
have-
same thing.
Okay, one quick question.
Sure.
I don't know if you've ever had experience with or know anything of like an internet auction, where you have an auction on the internet for
for like a month or so, and it goes out to the world.
Yeah, I buy estates on like a weekly basis, and I feed stuff out to those auctions on a daily basis.
Okay.
So I know them, and I know the people who own them, and I know I know which ones are good and which ones aren't, and which ones you send, you know, ephemera to, and which ones you send furniture to, and which ones you send paintings to. Yeah, it's huge.
Would any of these pieces of,
Oh, sure, and I've offered a number of places that would do just that. Yeah,
Thank you.
and their audiences are huge. And the one that was in Pennsylvania, not the Philadelphia, but the other one,
Right.
they do full auctions of just architectural salvage pieces. So the only audiences that they pull in are people that want that. And it's very exacting, and the internet has allowed this to happen. So it makes it a much easier, more streamlined, you know, process.
great, thank you.
Okay.
Any other questions?
Oh, somebody on
Yes,
line.
we have Paula Gentempo on Zoom. Good evening, Paula.
It's muted.
Paula? Paula, can you unmute yourself, please?
Jack?
You may not have heard, speaking with the microphone, Paula.
Jack, Paula, are your hand's up, but you're not kicking in.
We tried.
We did try.
Yeah, that's what I think.
Okay.
We tried.
So,
Thank you.
in closing, shall I leave a few brochures that just tells you who I am and cards if
Yeah,
anyone
you're
is
fine.
interested?
Yeah, for those who haven't been to their shop in Allenhurst, it's intriguing. It's huge, 15,000 square feet, great place. So, thank you.
Good luck with everything.
Thank you.
We'll be talking more.
And thanks for preserving the class.
Yes, can you, tell Councilman Hubbard to come back in, please,
Yes, I can do that. I can do that. Yes.
Jim, did you have a question for Rose?
Anybody who would like one of those, please come up and take one. What are those? They're brochures from,
Alright, we can come back to order. We're gonna start with the approval of minutes, agenda item number 7. Is there a motion to approve the July 26th?
Hold on.
Okay, Paula, Rose, our artifact expert, has left the room, but if you want to state your question, we can send it to her and make sure, yeah.
Is your question for Rose? Hello? You're unmuted, it's for, Jack wants to speak. Do you want to speak to Rose or something?
I want to speak to the mayor and to the council and to Rose, okay?
Rose is gone.
Okay.
The
Rose
mayor's
is gone.
gone.
And the mayor's
You have 1 out of 3.
I'm sorry, I had such a hard time trying to unmute, it drove me crazy.
So, my point is this, the best place for those stained glass windows is just where they are, in that church, which should be retained and restored, because it is a fantastic place for this town. It's on the it should be on the National Registry of Historic Places, and it was designed by the fellow William Petrell in 1900 who designed the National Historic Places in Asbury Park, designed the first casino in Asbury Park, designed 5 houses in Allenhurst, which are on the Allenhurst Historic District. What are we doing? We're giving up our one sweet spot. I hate to say iconic, but we're giving up our sweet spot here.
Sir, not to interrupt you, but.
It doesn't make any sense.
Sir, thank you so much for your comments.
Thank you.
All right, to go back to the agenda, does anybody want to make a motion to approve the July 26, 2023 executive session minutes corrected?
I'll make a motion to approve the July 26, 2023 executive session minutes corrected.
Is there a second?
Second.
Mr. Marco?
Yes.
Mr. Noble?
Yes.
Mr. Gubatose?
Yes.
Mr. Weber?
Yes.
Mayor Fox is not absent yet. Absent.
Does anybody want to make a motion to approve the August 16, 2023 council business meeting minutes?
I will make that motion.
Is there a second?
Second.
Mr. Marco?
Yes.
Mr. Noble?
Yes.
Mr. Gubatose?
Yes.
Mr. Weber?
Yes.
Mayor Fox absent.
Is there a motion to approve the August 16, 2023 executive session minutes?
I'll make that motion.
I'm seconded.
Mr. Marco?
Yes.
Mr. Noble?
Yes.
Mr. Gubatose?
Yes.
Mr. Weber?
Yes.
Mayor Fox absent.
Mayor Fox is on.
Yes, no,
Oh, no, okay, you're there. Okay, sorry.
it's quick.
Is there a motion to approve the August 23rd, 2023 special meeting to enter into executive session minutes?
I will make that motion.
Is there a second?
Second.
Mr. Marco?
Yes.
Mr. Noble?
Yes.
Mr. Gubatose?
Yes.
Mr. Weber?
Yes.
Mayor Fox?
Yes.
Mayor Fox, turning the meeting back over to you.
Thank you, Council President, I appreciate it. Again, sorry that I got to kind of be into places at one time, but you've got my attention here. The 8th item on the agenda, it is for public comments on the 9/13 agenda only. 5-minute limit, single instance to speak per participant, whether in person or virtual. I would ask maybe Council President DeMarco, could you give me my traffic copy here? Because my eyes aren't that good to see all those little faces out in the audience.
Clerk, are you ready for comments?
I'm ready.
Wonderful. Start with Paul.
On the Chaffin, 411.5 Lorraine Avenue. This continuing discussion about the demolition of the church really is sick to my stomach. I mean, we have not discussed the other alternatives. That was promised in January that there would be a workshop for discussion on alternatives. One of the most obvious alternatives is to reach out to find out if there's anybody willing to buy the church to preserve it. I know this hasn't happened because nobody has called out to me to ask me if I want to purchase it. Nobody. I know several people would be willing to purchase this church and preserve it. I just don't understand why we have rushed right to demolition. What is the benefit in that? The borough can make just as much money selling this church to an individual as to a developer after it's torn down. There shouldn't be any difference in the price. Why hasn't that been discussed? I have to wonder why it hasn't been discussed. What will be lost if this church is torn down? Or it might protect some of the artifacts in it, some of the windows, the stained glass windows. But what's lost is an incredible building, an architectural wonder, really, designed by William C. Cottrell in 1900. Jack was going through some of the things that Cottrell designed. And I think we should get a complete list. The casino, the first casino in Asbury Park, 1903. It was destroyed by fire. The First Methodist Church at Asbury Park, built in 1902, unfortunately also destroyed by fire. The Windsor Building, which is still there, built in 1904, is on the National Registry, it was added in 1979. In the historic commercial district of Asbury Park, there are various buildings designed by William Truck, some of which unfortunately are no longer there, but we're on the National Registry. The Kinmonth Building, which included the Savoy Theater, which unfortunately was torn down in 2015. The Appleby Building. A lot of other buildings in Asbury Park. On the National Historic Registry, he designed many of the houses in the Allenhurst Historic District. You've probably seen them. They're all command style, very similar to the church in many ways, if you look at the roof lines. This is the only building of historic interest and importance in our borough. It was really the center of life, not just church life, but the center of life in our borough for so long, for almost 100 years. It had gymnasium added, not for the use of just the parishioners in the church, but for the whole town. The youth basketball leagues were held for many, many years. It could be all this still, and I'm sure that we can get a private buyer and not tear it down. Why spend more money to tear down this building? It's absolutely ridiculous. Thank you.
Jim?
Thank you.
Jim Shishius, 112 4th Avenue. I'd like to speak to Resolution 2023-232, and it's related to the change orders for the Phase 2 sewer infrastructure project. And sewer infrastructure is something that I've spoken to before, along with fellow resident Rick Bartholomew and the work that we did on the strategic plan. I was amazed when I looked at this resolution to see for Phase 2, 8 change orders in a reduced scope, as we recall, that resulted in an increase of $445,000. However, and by the way, I don't know what grade we give ourselves for that project, Phase 2, but living on 4th Avenue, the experience that we had and the delays, many characterize it as driving down a road in a third world country. But that aside, the bigger issue to me, and the question since I got into this sewer evaluation is, should a small town of 4,000 residents, like Bradley Beach, be operating a utility? We have 4 utilities in town: electric, gas, water, and sewer. 3 are privately owned, all companies regulated by the Board of Public Utilities, and then we have our municipal sewer system, which, except for the recent upgrades, is essentially a 100-year-old system. And so the question then comes back to, is this a business we should be in? I don't know the answer, and I have no dog in this fight, but I think there ought to be a greater sense of urgency on the part of the governing body to explore more deeply whether or not we should be in that business. And to that end, what I would propose is that the governing body convene a workshop properly facilitated so the residents can hear some of the pluses and minuses. I know there are views on all sides of this issue, but I think especially looking at this resolution and what we're experiencing managing a construction project for only Phase 2, we have the rest of town, that I think it's imperative that we treat this overall issue with a greater sense of urgency. And so I'm hopeful that whenever it's done, that it can be, and I'm glad to help in any way I can, but it has to be elevated in terms of priority. Ultimately, the end result should be, how can sewer service be provided to the residents in the most cost-effective way? That's what we should be driving towards. And all we have to do is look at what just happened with a 13% increase in our municipal, it's not sewer, but it's municipal, to say we need to be turning over every stone to find out how we can operate more efficiently. Thank you.
Thank you.
Shauna Bubai-Janoff, 414 Monmouth Avenue. I have two comments/questions with regard to a couple of resolutions. 2023-237. It is indicated in this resolution that the individual recommended for the position of CFO has credentials as a qualified purchasing agent. If passed, will this enable the current QPA, the former BA Kim Humphrey, for that contract to be terminated as a duplication of services? Now, the next comment in question is with regard to 2023-238, the granting of advice and consent to the mayor's appointment of the borough administrator. This comment is not personal. This is with regard to the position. So at a recent council meeting, Councilwoman DeNoble brought forth a no confidence vote regarding the continued vacancy of the position for borough administrator. At that time, Ms. DeNoble referenced that on May 4th, 3 proposed finalist candidates were brought to the governing body for consideration, with council favor given to one of the 3 candidates based on credentials and experience. It was anticipated that a resolution for a BA appointment would follow in the next council meeting of May 10th. Clearly, months have gone by with no appointment and the continued service of an interim BA. The resolution tonight indicates that Councilwoman DeMarco, quote, meets the qualifications of the position, yet she has no prior BA experience. The qualifications for CFO were clearly stated in the resolution, yet no actual qualifications were referenced in the resolution for Ms. DeMarco's consideration. Further, there is an extensive list of compensation steps, references Schedule A for this appointment, with 6-month salary increment increases based on performance. What is the reason for this step salary? Is this typical for a BA contract? To me, this suggests a concern regarding performance. Now that the lawsuit made by Mayor Fox has been completed, we see this resolution putting forward a current council person who has served the borough in this capacity for about 9 months. I asked, was Ms. DeMarco among the 3 candidates Ms. DeNoble referenced in her recent call for no confidence? Was she the candidate that the council voted in favor of? If no, then I cannot help but wonder why the mayor is putting forth this resolution to appoint Ms. DeMarco. If no, then I suggest this resolution is disingenuous with regard to the recent lawsuit's recommendation that mayor and council work together for the common good of the borough. If she wasn't endorsed by council on May 4th, why then is she being nominated for BA here tonight? Thank you.
Ms. Meadows?
Nancy Meadow, Ocean Park Condominiums. Like Ms. Greenblatt, I would like to address concerns regarding Resolution 2023-237. I've seen no credentials. I know nothing about this candidate. I don't trust the internet on these things. We can all make up where we are. There's no record, which we all have seen how that gets us into trouble. What is a bigger concern is, it's like giving the keys to the candy shop to the kid. How are you giving somebody who's going to be our CFO and then have them be our QPA? We know we have spending issues. I would really say that we're going to have finding money issues if we allow that person, when those two jobs to go to that person, one person. Again, it's nothing against her. In addition, they want to learn about being a tax collector. Really? Don't we have one? Didn't we have one? I remember they got numerous computers. And I remember, I think it was this year, unless it was last year, that we also hired an assistant tax collector. Once again, I beg the council, look at the money, spend it wisely, because it's my money. And since you all live here, it's your money too. Again, not getting personal, regarding 2023-238, and notice I never ask questions because I don't like this format where then I leave here and you make a comment and I can't discuss the comment, that's for the birds. But I know that if I were sued by somebody who I work for, I certainly would not then want to work again for them. I also know that if I sued someone who worked for me, I wouldn't want them to work for me. So then I look at all different votes, because now there is a record. See, November 2022, there was no record. So now there's a record, and where votes landed, and who was aligned with who, and the leadership of the council president. And I stand up here almost every meeting and beg for legislation on various issues. That is your job. And I've seen zero leadership with that. And where you can say, well, you know, it's the town nuisance and she wants this and she wants that. I don't think having protocols for Zoom meetings that are not on the borough server, but they're for the borough, is something that is like crazy. Again, I can go through my list of stuff with that. That's not the point. The point is that there is now a record. And I can't imagine, you know, it's like you want a divorce and then you stay with your spouse or your partner. Why would someone, and this is just rhetorical, work for someone who sues them? Just mind-boggling and scandalous, and just goes and shows the path that we are going down. And you know, you can always stop a path. You can stop a downward twirl. And I just beg the council, well really I guess it's just 3 votes because we know that there's 2 one way. So I beg the 3 who I can't guess how you would vote to really consider what is worse, having a position not filled or having it filled with a destructive path. I would choose vacancy. Thank you.
Yeah, I did want to answer Shannon's question. You asked if Meredith was one of the 3 finalists, and the answer is yes. And what was your other question you had?
Was that the one that was voted on?
No.
Mia Molan, 302 4th Avenue. I can't speak as eloquently as Shana, who came very prepared this evening. And nothing personal with you, Meredith, but when this was brought to my attention that were hiring a VA, I thought, wow, hopefully somebody with good experience. My understanding, and I hadn't been at several of the meetings, and that there were these other candidates, and one, or maybe a couple of them, stood out with considerable experience, years of experience of being a business administrator. Government business is very complicated. You can't just kind of fly by the seat of your pants the way you do in a training program when you have 4,000 people that need your expertise. I also understand that one of the candidates, not more than one, had a master's degree. So I guess I would invite Meredith to help us understand her credentials and how they might supersede the other candidates as to why she was chosen, or was it just because she's already sitting up there? Is that the reason why she was, which doesn't qualify anybody to be business administrator, in my opinion, and probably a lot of other people's opinions too. So that was a great concern and continues to be a concern, and I still invite you to tell us what your credentials are. I have a second thing that I do want to bring up, and this has to do with newsletter that was out a couple weeks ago, it really struck me hard where Councilman Guptosi was called out for not allowing for 319 Lorraine Avenue project to continue because he had voted against some things during a meeting. Again, I didn't go to that meeting. But if someone can clarify what was literally said in that letter, that Councilman Guptosi's reason was that it was a cost of $48,000 and that he had not, and that he was not satisfied with the salvage component. It's just, if someone can elaborate on that, the mayor or Councilman Guptosi, because it just was, to me, very disparaging, but maybe if we had some facts and information around it, it might be more clear as to why that was stated in a public newsletter. That's really not a vehicle for putting someone in good light or bad light. It's supposed to be just about the town and what's going on.
I can tell you I have no idea why that comment was put in a public newsletter to our residents. It did call out myself and Councilwoman DeNoble saying that we voted no, and then we basically referenced how regretfully our no votes would delay the process another month or so. Basically, I've had this conversation with the mayor, and I basically said, you blamed us, and in my opinion, very inappropriately. And I actually, there's a video on Facebook somewhere that I posted that day.
I did see that. I just,
well, yeah, so
that comment that he made, I'm just wondering what is behind that?
Well, so the quick answer now is, and I actually alluded to this earlier tonight, when this woman described the salvage of the artifacts, and that the mayor, the business administrator, and I spent the last couple of days talking to the three firms. All three firms basically agreed with my reservations that we had not provided enough clarity around the artifacts. Subsequent to that meeting, the mayor engaged the artifacts expert, not prior, when I voted and Councilwoman DeNoble voted no. And again, we're talking at the time about artifacts that, for all I knew, could be Tiffany, could be worth $1 million. And we could not just go out, in my opinion, and approve any given engineer for a scope that we had not provided adequate clarity around what that scope would entail. A very simple example is in these discussions, it came out, I didn't realize this, but it came out that we probably, and I said this earlier, we probably needed at least two vendors. One, a demolition company that would do the remediation for asbestos and lead and so forth, and knock down the building, and a separate vendor who would be able to help us remove the artifacts. That came out in these discussions with the engineers. The engineer said to us, well, if you want us to coordinate with two different entities, that's going to be more cost. That was my only point, and I did think it was inappropriate that I was faulted for delaying the process. I just wanted to do the process right. And hopefully that's a summary, at least that describes my side of the story.
And that's understood. It was just so.
Yeah, Ms. Mullin, and I responded to you in writing, so, my response to you stands, so I appreciate your question.
She did not get your response in writing, she's stating.
I did not get the response. I re-sent it to you earlier this week, or Friday. I sent it on Friday, and I said I look forward to your response. I haven't gotten a response. Today's Wednesday.
Well, I'm gonna have to look because I sent a response to somebody, so I will send that response back.
Perhaps an apology in the next letter would be appropriate. Yes, an apology. Thank you, I would appreciate that.
I look forward to getting it.
I guess you
Oh, did you want to answer the question about your?
Yeah, I'll diffuse the discussion on hiring, but I want to return from Jim's comment regarding
Name and address, sorry.
oh, Herb County, 216 Britain, sorry. My question we'll start with regarding 2023, 232, the sewer bills. I have one question. Who's the engineer in the project? No, he's the manufacturer. I mean, he did the work, but who is the engineer?
No, Lavakian is the overall engineer. MSP are the people that do the digging, and they were directed by Lavakian Company.
Okay, because I read this resolution, and I'm just dumbfounded by the way that this is written. It says, whereas additional change orders were requested by the engineer, but were never processed before the governing body, but the work took place as certified by the engineer. Is this God? We just spent $444,000 extra dollars, and I read through these frivolous change orders. So do we pay them for the police? Every time I checked, there was a Bradley Beach police officer sitting on the corner. So why are we paying almost everyone that's named for additional police traffic control? Really? We charge ourselves, we get money back. What do they make, 10%, give us money back? Unbelievable. But we paid an engineer to lay out all these projects. But for some reason, we didn't figure out we needed dirt, we didn't need sod, we didn't need curbs, we don't need all this. I mean, how in the world can you go through and look at this, accept it? Well, obviously you haven't accepted it. I hope it is not accepted. But then, amazingly, on June 20th, there's a myriad of additions and reductions that come from the installer, where we somehow saved $734,000. Okay, what's the myriad? Magic? This is unbelievable. You know, there was an ordinance 3 months ago, I believe, that you and the mayor were going to get together on cost savings for the borough. 45 days we were promised. Oh, it's not on the agenda, so I can't talk about it now. Unbelievable. All right. Other question, I'll talk about the bills list. How in the world can CME bill us for $101,000 basically for 1 year of charges? But we still haven't had an audit done, and we just paid the auditor $29,000. Right? It's on the bills list. Didn't we already pay the auditor? Yes or no? What's on the bills list?
What is on the bill list is a encumbrance of funds based upon the contract that was believed previously to be in effect, that's on the agenda tonight. It is only an encumbrance. The payment will not take place until the audit is complete.
But why would it be on the bills list?
If you look at the bill list, it has an H on it. The run on the bill list this time has at least 3 encumbrances that have come up on the bill list, and one of those is Aloha. The Aloha Public Accountants.
Okay.
That is one of the 3 that I know of. There may be more.
Okay. Well, God bless you if you get that job, because this thing is a mess.
I don't know if Mia Mullen's still there, but Mia, just maybe jot down on Saturday at 3:48, I responded to your question. I do see it on my samples. I'll resend it.
I'm not a councilman anymore. But Randy Bonnell, 506 3rd Avenue, Bradley Beach. Meredith, did you participate in the interviews of the other candidates?
No.
Okay.
Linda Duffy, 312 Brindley. I have one question. Are we hiring a CFO full-time? Correct. Excellent.
Yeah.
And if you're taking the position, who's going to take the council position, and how does that work? Is that one of Mr. Cannon's questions?
Council gets the nomination.
So you can submit your resume and stuff.
Okay, thank you.
Greg, did you? I'm sorry.
Oh, sorry. I'm sorry.
I didn't hear the answer.
So the Councilwoman DeMarco, she comes to this administrator, cannot serve as a councilwoman.
Correct.
They're incompatible positions. Upon her resignation to take the other position, if she obtains it, there'll be a vacancy. It'll be governed by the vacancy law. This is a nonpartisan town. In a partisan town, for example, if the person was elected as a nominee of a political party, they would submit 3 names to the governing body. Because this is a nonpartisan town, nominations will simply come from the floor, and any resident 18 years or older in the town can apply to be a council member. And the remaining members of the council will select the new council member.
Thank you for making it clear. I tried to read it on the state website, 4,000 times today, and it made no sense.
There's a lot of different forms of government, and it's done differently depending on how your elections are run, but
Yeah.
that's how.
Thank you.
Side of the room? Sir?
Good evening. Alan Rappaport, 512 Newark Avenue. Good evening, Mayor and Council. Mr. Mayor. Mayor, I'm impressed that you're sitting through all this because the arrows and swords are going to hurt. And it would hurt anybody because your integrity is about to be impugned by everybody in town, because I just feel that this is really done inappropriately. And I feel badly that you're part of this, because I really do believe in my heart that you're a nice person. And that you got caught up in a political process that I don't really think you truly understand. I know the mayor does. I know the other council people have a pretty good understanding. At least two of them have been there for a bit, and my friend sitting here, Mr. Bennell, for sure knows it. But this is wrong for the borough of Bradley Beach. You've heard enough people here, you've heard enough people for the 9 months that you've been here, realize that we are not in good stead. We could not figure out where we are on our tax rate. It kept changing like a moving target at an Asbury Park amusement. We can't seem to keep people working here, from back to Dave Brown to Kim. I mean, there's obviously a problem in town. And we need somebody that is got amazing experience, understands the process of the state of New Jersey's government, that has to be, you have to hit those memorial dates on target all the time. I know that Greg knows it very well because he's done it. I sat up there for 12 years and I can tell you off the top of my head the dates because I remember them. This is a very difficult job. Plus, you need to be nice every day when people come to that window and want to kill you because of something that you maybe didn't do, or the DPW did, or a cop did, or somebody did, and you've got to smile and say, I'll get to it, and get back to you, and get them an email that they received. So my point is that I don't think this is fair. I think that to be fair to the borough and to you, your nomination should be withdrawn and it should be reconsidered, and we should all hear, if you're going to want to go through with this, what your qualifications really are and what these other people are. Because to someone else's point here, it is our money and it is our borough that we are trying to get the best service for. And again, nothing personal. I don't think you're the person for this job at this time. I'm sure that in time as you go along wherever you're working now, in municipal government, you'll get the experience and hopefully you'll get a better job than this one. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, hi, Julie Muchagas, 605 North Avenue. I would also like to address the resolution appointing the borough administrator, and this goes to the mayor. Mr. Mayor, what possessed you to hire a business administrator with absolutely no qualifications to run a town that is in dire needs from a financial, infrastructure, and a sewer standpoint? We are a mess. What is it that you see that nobody else seems to see that would put a trainee into a professional administration position and also provide for a seasoned level professional salary? And again, to Mr. Rappaport's statement, this is not the time nor the place for a trainee. We need a seasoned executive in this role. 5-10 years from now, it's a different story. So Mr. Mayor, can you please advise us as to why you think someone with no experience should be the BA for this town? For a multi-million-dollar entity, when someone has no experience running a multi-million-dollar entity from an operational standpoint. Sorry, Meredith, but you are not qualified for this job at all. So, Mayor, please explain to the public.
Well, thank you for that question. I would deem that Ms. DeMarco is qualified. She has a set of experiences that lend herself to this position. She's been working in municipal government for a couple of years specifically now in a very, large community.
Policy and
30,000 people.
advocacy, not operational.
You have to, I'm sorry, you asked me a question, I'll answer the question.
I'm just.
I'm not gonna debate,
reiterating.
I'm not gonna debate, I'm sorry.
Well, then answer the question, please.
I'm trying to.
Go ahead.
You haven't named one thing.
I think that both going through the candidates and coming down to the finalists, both myself and, I've said this a few times, Mr. Fernback too, looked at all three candidates and felt as though she was the best candidate of the finalists that we had. I still believe that. I still believe she'll do a very good job for us. I think her experiences in the last 17 years will come to bear, and she's worked in state government, she's worked in local government, she's worked in large municipalities. So I think she is qualified, and I would not have put her in a position to fail. I think she'll do a good job for us.
Mr. Mayor, can you elaborate? Does Ms. DeMarco have knowledge in construction, in infrastructure, and sewers? And running, I guess, like, what do we have, a couple of hundred people on staff at times? Ms. DeMarco's experience at Baykeepers has been in a very small non-for-profit. I think it was only maybe $800,000 it was worth. How do you run a multi-million-dollar entity? And I'm just asking very factual questions because of the fact of my background as a recruiter and in talent management. I'm trying to justify the qualifications, and you have not made them. You keep talking generics. Where is the infrastructure? Where is the construction? Where is the heavy financial? We missed an audit. You haven't given us one concrete example based on the other candidates. And according to Mr. Noble's video from the last meeting, other candidates have years and years of experience as a BA, higher education, certification, and a proven track record to run infrastructure, sewage, hundreds of employees, staff, contracts negotiation with DPW and police. How do you justify that? There is no justification.
Well, one of the ways to justify those kinds of areas is we don't have any sewer experts on staff. We have professional engineers that we work with. We have it on the engineering side, we have it on the auditing side, we have it on any number of functions. That's how a small municipality runs. They don't hire people with that experience. They rely on those professionals, they interface. The judgment, the experience, and the background of those leaders that we put in place are what is going to help us be successful. Again, I believe that the candidate has it, and that's where I am.
Okay, well, thank you for not giving us any
Thank you.
information.
Brigitte McGuire, 610 Brinley Ave. I was gonna hold off, but that conversation from Mayor Fox was pretty embarrassing. I am so disgusted at what you, Meredith, and Mayor Fox have done to the rest of this council for these past however many months.
Ms. McGuire, do you have a question about the agenda?
I'm commenting about the BA being appointed. I'm commenting about the BA being appointed. It's an agenda item.
Okay.
You threw me off, Mayor. Give me a second. So, you swore in, well, let me go back. You basically were stuck in the basement during your campaign. Then, and Mayor Fox,
Sorry, you said,
he supported your campaign, and then basically campaigned for you and spoke for you during the campaign season. You were sworn into office in January, I believe the job ad went out in February, so I'm not sure when you submitted your resume, but it wasn't much time. You swore an oath to serve this town. Now you want to take from us. You are not qualified, you know it. You know you're not. You're a deputy clerk, and prior to that, you were on campaigns. You're allowed to be proud of that, but you're trying to pull a dirty political move right now with the mayor. You have voted with him this entire way, and it's disgusting what you've done to the people sitting up there. That is the most disappointing thing, I think, here. Everyone already knows you're not qualified. You know it, and the mayor knows it. Everyone knows it. What you've done to the rest of this council is disrespectful. What you're doing to this entire borough community is disrespectful. This is disgusting. The dirty politics at play here does not belong here. We pay a lot of money to live here. We own homes, and we pay taxes. We want what's right for this borough. It is our money, and we get to ask for it. I don't know what games you guys are going to finagle to make this happen, but it cannot happen here. It cannot. Think about it. Don't do this to your own career, and don't let this man control you. It's disgusting. Don't do that to the females. Do not. You're representing young females, and it's so embarrassing.
Any other comments from inside the room?
I'm Alice Harkin, 409 McCabe, and I want to comment on two things. The appointment of Mr. Marco, as well as the source. That's something that's near and dear to my heart lately, unfortunately. I just want to concur. I'm sorry, but you're not qualified. I looked at your LinkedIn profile. There's no education, there's no experience. This is a dirty political maneuver by the mayor. Maybe you should take a meeting from under your desk next time, not at your desk. It's disgusting. It's really disgusting. When are you up for re-election, Mr. Mayor?
2024.
Okay. I'm going to do everything within my power to make sure you don't have to get re-elected. You have destroyed the community I love. It's disgusting, and this should be stopped. If there's any way to stop it, please do so. But I will do everything within my power to make sure you can't get elected dog catcher. On the sewers, it should not be handled by the town. I incurred a $6,000 expense, not the town's problem. We have 100-year-old sewers. They are in dire need of upgrading. If I had to replace my sewer line to the middle of the street, which is the way this town works, it would have been in excess of $45,000. I didn't have to do that, thank God. But we need an upgrade to the infrastructure, and we need it quickly. They told me our sewer lines are very shallow. They're not pitched because you can't. There's, the sand. Basically, I had a completely blocked sewer line because it was built when we had high capacity water. And there's not enough water going through the sewer lines to flush them out anymore. We need an upgrade, and I think a utility, if they did that, they could offer homeowners the ability to modify their line to the main line when that happened, because it would be in bulk. So take that off of the town's responsibility, let the utility company do it. That's their job. That's a way to save money. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other comments from inside the room? Mr. Cohen?
Thomas J. Cohen, 612 3rd Avenue. I have a lot tonight. I'm going to try to go quickly. Mr. Fehrenbach, on the liquidation Schedule A that was prepared, I'm really happy to see you're getting rid of equipment. Resolution 2023-235. But there's some errors on here. You have the description as a GEM car, and the make is a Kubota. Kubota is a company, and GEM is a company, so they're not the same thing. So.
That was a typographical that
That
we
will be-
found
that will be
today
corrected.
that's going to be corrected.
Great, okay. And then on the food trucks, you're liquidating the food trucks, but there hasn't been a workshop as to what our options are. The mayor's not telling anybody. What are we doing? We're selling the food trucks, both of them, the Hula Grill and the Newark Avenue truck, but what are we replacing it with? I mean, you're kind of jumping it. You may want to get a plan before you sell these things. Okay, I'll just keep going, because I got a lot, but I'll catch up with you on that later. I'd like to comment on the non-fair and open contract for the auditor. I would never hire this guy. This guy was here for 8 months, did no work, and didn't tell you he wasn't working. How can you approve his contract tonight? This is unbelievable. I mean, it just gets better. The audit is due September 30th. Today's the 13th, you're approving this guy. And he's in the budget for $29,000. He already wants to make sure he's getting his money. He hasn't done anything. Embarrassing again. Okay, now I'm going to go to the approval of the, I guess this advice and consent is kind of assumed the way this is written by Mayor Fox. But I don't see how anybody can give consent to this. In 2017, Mayor Engelstad dumbed down the advertisement for the job so somebody could get it. And the police chief's girlfriend got the job. And then sued people because she got too many emails. She was harassed. I mean, this is what happens when I'm embarrassed mostly because I went to the Blaustein School for Planning and Public Policy. It's very difficult. I'm only 20 credits in. I admire every one of those kids that builds a foundational education in this job. Planning and public policy, public administration. And to jump those 26, 27-year-old kids who are just looking to get that starting job as a associate clerk somewhere so they can get in. But they built that foundation. It's not built here. Because this town is built on cronyism. This isn't the first time we've had cronyism either. We've hired a police officer who's totally qualified, but his auntie was the business administrator. But that's not a conflict. I mean, how embarrassed do we have to be? What about the discrimination of the people who were qualified for that job, but their auntie wasn't the BA, so they could? I mean, we know how it works here. What you do is you call the other town. Hey, Bob, over in Brielle, can you hire my son or my nephew? That's how it's supposed to be done. But we blatantly do it here. I mean, I grew up in Spring Lake. There's a lot of people from Jersey City. There's a lot of people from Jersey City here. I never thought I'd have Mayor Hague here making these kind of deals. I mean, this is the most embarrassing thing I've ever seen. I mean, when people came down from Jersey City, they left their politics up there. But now it's here. It's blatant. It's really, really upsetting on so many levels. We're the best. We can be the best. Let's hire the best. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Greenberg?
Don Greenberg, 302 Park Place Ave. So I've listened to everybody talk about the advice and consent for BA, and you know, I've heard people who are angry. I've heard people who are very factual, and I got to say, Meredith, I like you. If you were running for the environmental czar of Bradley Beach, I'd be marching up and down the street with a banner for you. Okay, but there were better qualified candidates, and I think you in your heart of hearts think you can do a great job here for this. I really do. But I don't think you're the best candidate. I think the mayor is using you for political purposes. And I think that you're the kind of person who really doesn't see that. I think you're a good person, and you don't see the ulterior motives of people who are just who are trying to manipulate people. And I think that's what's going on here. And I think that you should turn down the nomination. I think that's what would be best for the town, and I think that's what would be best for you. And again, I like you. I want to see you succeed, but I don't think this is the right spot for you. That's all I have to say.
Thank you.
Any other comments from inside? Seeing none, we're going to turn to Zoom. Ms. Shishius?
I'm sorry, who was on the Zoom? I'm sorry.
Eileen Shishius?
Okay, got it.
Eileen, are you able to unmute yourself?
Yes, I can. Yes.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Okay. I have a couple of questions regarding the bill list. I cannot understand, and I would like an explanation as to why CME is now being just billed us for 2022. They billed us for $36,000, close to over $36,000. Now, this has happened on numerous occasions. Why are we back paying for 2022?
Mr. Cias, if you would please go through all of your questions with the bill list, and then I'll give you the answers that I'm able to.
Okay. I also noticed that they did a utility pole inventory, and that cost was $3,635. I would like to know with their inventory, what did they come up with? What were the results of it? Because our utility poles in town are a disgrace. Main Street has a 45-degree angle pole that looks like it's going to fall down at any particular time. We have spaghetti strings lines all over town. I'd like to know something about that. Also on the bills list, who is government management advisors?
Is that the end of your questions?
One more. One more thing I wanted to ask about CME. Oh, here's another question about CME. If we're paying them for 2022 now, are we paying interest on this delayed payment? And how do we know we haven't already paid those bills?
Are you finished now?
Yes, I am.
So let me start from the top. We have been, for the last, I'm going to say, at least 2 months, trying to deal with older bills from CME to be able to make sure we were getting them right. And we've been going back and forth between our finance office and their offices to make sure that there haven't been any double billings, that there haven't been any errors in the way in which payment was going to be made. That was only achieved approximately 2 weeks ago, and so that is why you are seeing a number of bills on this bill list for CME, and the total amount actually comes to a little under $102,000, with some of that coming out of the 2022 operating budget, several capital items, and also a couple of grant programs. There have been a number of them, and there have been 2 people in our offices working with at least 1 or 2 people in the CME office to be able to get these straight. And we are believing that at this point we're now current with the borough's obligations. How do we know that we have either not double billed, and that is as a result of all of this work and time that has been spent on it. There are no finance charges for CME, and they have been reasonable in terms of the way in which they've been dealing with these long-term problems. The utility pole inventory was a question raised by one of the council members that I haven't been able to get an answer on yet. That occurred back in 2022. It's not something I'm familiar with, but once I get that answer, I will inform the council and I will inform you. Government Management Advisors happens to be the firm that is contracted with the borough to provide my services to the borough. It provides for a maximum charge of $13,000 a month, which is supposed to represent 130 hours a month, and the time that has been put in over these months of June and July have exceeded 150 to 160 hours a month. And I think I answered your questions.
What concerns me so much is that as I've been recently, I've been recently paying attention to the bills list, but I find these, the request for payment from 2022 as a recurring problem with other vendors. It might be with CME as well, but I've asked this question numerous times, and it was brought to my attention that they were working on it so that it would not be a recurring problem, and it is.
Thank you.
And
Ms. Shishius, you are definitely over your time, and if you want to wrap up your comments.
No, thank you. I'm over my time, but you're overspending our money too.
All right, do we have any other questions? Any other comments? Okay.
There's a hand up. Oh, that's.
Mayor, I'm going to turn this back to you for ordinance introduction.
Okay, thank you. Ordinance introduction, we have one ordinance introduction tonight, 2023-14, ordinance amending chapter 365 rental property of the borough's revised general ordinances to reenact certain rental overlapping with the school year. Start off with, are there any council comments on this introduction?
Yes. Yeah, Mr. Mayor, just for the benefit of the audience here and on Zoom, this is specifically in response to the question I asked at an earlier meeting. We were about to adopt what I think we all think is a good ordinance to help us begin to regulate short-term rentals. But just in the course of a lot of redlining, we struck a paragraph that actually was intended originally to protect renters who had school-aged children. And I asked pointedly, could we put that back in? We were poised to adopt the ordinance, and rather than derail that process, the council agreed with the advice of our legal counsel that we would just continue with the adoption of the ordinance and then follow up, which is what we're doing today, adding back in that one paragraph that was accidentally struck. Hopefully that helps people understand.
Okay, then we will close if there's no other comments on, council comments on 2023-14, and I'd like to make a motion to approve ordinance 2023-14 for introduction.
Second.
Mr. Marco?
Yes.
Mr. Noble?
Yes.
Mr. Gubatose?
Yes.
Mr. Weber?
Yes.
Mayor Fox?
Yes. Under communications, we have a special law enforcement class 2 officer salary increase memo. We go now to agenda item number 11, the consent agenda. There are 4 items on the consent agenda. The first is 2023-228, approval of off-premise 50/50 cash raffle license and waiver of the municipal raffle license fee for the Bradley Beach PTA. 2023-229, the approval of the bingo license for Friends of Bradley Beach Library. 2023-230, approving the Jersey Shore Rescue Mission to conduct their 5K walk race for Saturday, October 28, 2023, from 9 to 11. It's a pass-through only. And then 2023-231, special item of revenue, the Chapter 159 Stormwater Infrastructure Map Upgrade Grant. I'll make a motion to approve the consent agenda.
Second.
Mr. Marco?
Yes.
Mr. Noble?
Yes.
Mr. Gubatose?
Yes.
Mr. Weber?
Yes.
Mayor Fox?
Yes. We'll go now to individual resolutions. First is 2023-232, authorizing change orders for sanitary sewer rehab, phase 2 contract award to MSP Construction Corporation, total amount of $4,124,962.32. I'll make a motion to approve.
Questions on this first, Mr. Mayor, if I can ask some questions?
Yes.
Thank you. I just wanted to say that, I had inquired to the acting administrator about some work. A lot of people have a concrete walkway across their planting strip. Those were all taken out and replaced by, as part of this contractor. I went up and down Second Avenue, I just looked at one side of Second Avenue, and there were 20 houses that had this. It just caught my eye because our zoning ordinance says you can't have that. And, you know, if you are not complying with something like that, it doesn't mean you have to rip it out tomorrow, but when there's work done, like if you came in for a zoning permit and you wanted to do something, they'd say, great, but, you know, we'd like you to actually fix your, this thing that doesn't comply. You can't have a concrete pathway across your planting strip if you have a driveway. That's what our ordinance says. If you have a driveway, you can't have it. And all these houses on Second have driveways. And so I just thought it was kind of a waste for us to spend extra money, or this contractor to do extra work, spend extra money, all to replace something that never met our zoning in the first place. So I would just like to say publicly, I mean, I know that's part of the, you know, it's not part of the change order, but it's part of the thing. I'd just like to say going forward, I think we should really be mindful of that and think about bringing property, when this kind of work's going to get done in the right way, bringing property into compliance with our zoning and not just replacing what was there because, you know, it didn't fit the zoning. That's all.
Thank you, Councilman. Sorry. Just on the floor.
Mr. Mayor, I have a couple of questions as well.
Excuse me, go ahead.
There's at least the one reference, and I know one of our residents made this comment, but at least in one of the items, there's a reference that the change order was not brought to the council, and I'm just wondering, how does this additional $400,000 in spending occur, kind of after the fact? Work is done, clearly we need to honor our obligations, but how does this work occur without the council being kept more abreast? That's question number one.
May I respond?
Please.
What occurs in a number of municipalities is that on a project like this, the engineer will make a series of decisions in the field, because if each one of those decisions has to come back to the governing body, it ends up resulting in additional charges for holding up the job. And in this particular case, I know that the first change order was brought to the governing body back in 2022 and was acted on. Why the subsequent ones were not, I am still not fully clear on. But when this came in for payment and we were going through the reviews that I indicated to Mrs. Sitchius earlier that we've been going through, we came to a realization that there had been a number of these change orders. I sought them from the engineer. He supplied them and indicated that we could not pay MSP Construction until the change orders were approved by the governing body. Often in these projects, you end up getting additions and subtractions as the result of what is found in the field. Sometimes these change orders result in a negative. Sometimes they result in an additional cost. The key concern is generally to make sure it stays under the regulatory limitation of 20%. This one, I believe, comes out somewhere in the vicinity of about 12.1%. And so from the engineer's standpoint, it was not resulting in what is often considered a considerable increase in the cost of a project, which is something that is nearing or beginning to exceed 20%. So
right.
Why is it coming?
If I could just make one comment relative to that, Greg. One of the things that we pressed very hard on in this project, because we didn't do it in phase one, was the appropriate amount of curb and apron work and road work. You really have to wait till you get underneath the sewer, find out what you have, and that you can stay within the confines of that cost. And really hope that given that you can do the work that we were able to do. I think the number was more like $11 11%, but it's 11, 12%, whatever it is. To get, and I think if you look at Second, Third, Fourth Avenue, the amount of curb work done versus the phase one, which there was little or none done, and the curb work on the south part of that, those 4 blocks, looks nothing like Second, Third, Fourth, and the north-south streets do. So that's a little bit of a variable. We were very fortunate that we didn't find any super expensive issues under the ground. I just wanted to add that little bit of commentary.
Well, I guess the obvious question is, are all of these change orders a reflection of our engineer not appropriately scoping the project? I mean, could they actually have this many $100,000 plus surprises? Or was the project perhaps not scoped properly?
I think given the comments the mayor just made, that there were unknowns. And I think if you talk to any engineer, including Mr. Freda, who was the key engineer on this site, that he could bring up to you a number of examples of where there have been significant changes in projects because of what has been found, sort of behind the sheetrock. And in this particular case, the mayor indicated the issue on curb and sidewalk, which was a significant item. I would, while I've got the opportunity, just like to correct one thing. The total amount of the net price of this project is $4,123,267.90. And I'm saying that because there was an attempt in the end of MSP Construction to be able to foist a particular bill on us for one of the last problems that arose in the project, which we refused to pay, and I would not want to see this resolution authorize that payment.
Okay, thank you. A couple of related questions. If not for, and I really would like to better understand this massive credit, we received this $732,000. If not for this massive credit, my concern sitting here on the council is there would have been a $1.1 million overage on a $3.6 million, $3.7 million budget. When we talk about, the magnitude of margin, I mean, we would have blown through that 20% with $1.1 million. So fortunately, we got a $730,000 credit. I would like to understand that credit, but I guess more importantly, my concern is, as I first looked at this, is like, how did we miss by so much? And I know there are surprises. I get it. I've hired contractors to do construction of the house. I've had overages that I could not anticipate. I get it, but that's a huge miss, combined with the fact that the council was not made aware. Can someone quickly explain the $732,000 credit? A myriad of additions and reductions is not a great description.
Great.
I'm taking a look to see if I have that in the file for MSP.
I mean, it's so large. It begs the question, did we just not do some of the work that was originally planned?
No, the plan was Second, Third, Fourth Avenue, or South Streets. That specification stuff. If you remember, when we looked at phase 2 originally, it was up to Fifth, but we took that out before we started the project.
I'm sorry, when they put together this file, Mr. Gupitosi, when they put this file together for me this morning, they did not include the change order materials that are like this. I will be able to make a photocopy of that for you and get that to you to be able to see, but I can't provide it now. I wouldn't know where in that office to be able to find it.
That's understandable. Thank you. I would appreciate that follow-up, but I'm still prepared to vote in favor of this tonight.
Okay, so I will then make a motion to approve 2023-232.
Second.
Mr. Marco?
Yes.
Mr. Noble?
Yes.
Mr. Gubatose?
Yes.
Mr. Weber?
Yes.
Mayor Fox?
Yes, 2023-233, the bill list for September 13th, 2023. Make a motion to approve bill list of 2023-233. A lot of twos and threes there, sorry.
Second.
Mr. Marco?
Yes.
Mr. Noble?
Yes.
Mr. Gubatose?
Before I vote, I would just like, again, the public to be aware, because as a courtesy to our administration, led by our business administrator, council members have been asked to submit our questions in advance, so there's an opportunity to resolve the, research and resolve the questions. So just for the record, if anyone's out there worried about particular line items, between at least myself and Councilman Weber, we probably asked 15 or 20 questions on this. All of those questions were largely resolved to our satisfaction, and I just want to make sure people know we're paying attention. I vote yes.
Mr. Weber?
Yes, and I'm reading some of those answers right now, so I want to make sure that I answered, and I didn't get to Greg's email, so thank you, Greg, and I vote yes.
Thank you. Mayor Fox?
Yes. 2023-234, authorizing the award of a non-fair and open contract for the registered municipal auditor for 2022. This is a formalization of discussion we had at the last meeting, but I'll make a motion to.
Mr. Mayor, comments first. Comments?
Yes.
The people have said this before tonight. I think Mr. Cohen said once again, don't hire this auditor. He didn't conduct an audit. He should have been working on this 5 or 6 or 7 months. The actual audit is due the end of September. I guess the end of this month. I want to make sure people are clear before we vote on this. One, we hired this auditor. I did not. I voted no. But the council last year hired this auditor to do this audit work. The reason I believe we're going through this process is something we discussed at the last meeting. The auditor himself is just concerned that the council might not be willing to reimburse him. Mr. Cohen, I believe you said this guy, he's kind of negligent. He didn't do the audit work all year. You're shaking your head vehemently, yes. For what it's worth, and again, I'm an ex-auditor, so maybe I have a little more compassion than most. I don't put that burden on the auditor. I put that burden on the CFO and on the administration. Mr. Fehrenbach told us in the last council meeting that he noticed the audit wasn't being done. He was curious as to, hey, when am I getting an update? But prior to Mr. Fehrenbach asking that question, no one in the administration, especially not our CFO, stopped to say, hey, where's our auditor? You should have been here January, February, March. Should have been maybe somewhat involved in the AFS development, maybe. We do have HFA who does that work. But just please understand, I am going to vote yes to move forward with this auditor. I don't blame him for the hole we're in. I think he's a victim, as are many others, for some of the struggles we've had administratively. I did not vote for him last year. I do plan to vote for him tonight. And Mr. Fehrenbach, my only question to you really, because presumably, at least while you're our acting VA, we haven't had access to we, the council, have not had access to the auditor in the past. And if you think about it, we hired the auditor, we, the entire council. The auditor is auditing the administration of Bradley Beach. The auditor sits down with the administration and says, here are our preliminary findings, negotiate, take a couple of these comments out, we'll fix them, change that comment here, change the comment there. Interesting to me that the council isn't invited to that process. So I guess my question to you, sir, if we do in fact move forward hiring Mr. Olowa's firm, can you give us some assurance that the council will have some modest degree of access to the auditor to, one, ask questions that we would perhaps like him to look at, and two, at least one of us as a representative of the council be allowed to participate in that final meeting where preliminary findings are presented.
Because of the issue of a quorum, in order to participate in a review of what the audit findings are, I believe there could be one additional member of the council to participate with the mayor, so there would not be a quorum.
Would you mind passing that information on to Mr. Olo after we vote tonight?
I have no problem with that.
Thank you.
Okay, if there's no other questions, I'll again make a motion to authorize the award of non-fair voting to the registered municipal audit for 2022. Do I have a second?
Second.
Mr. Marco?
Yes.
Mr. Noble?
I'm actually gonna agree with Mr. Cohen for once. Thank you.
Mr. Gutierrez?
Actually, that was worth the, I vote yes.
Mr. Weber?
Yes.
Mayor Fox?
Yes. 2023-235, authorizing the sale of surplus property no longer needed for public use on the online auction website. Make a motion to approve 2023-235.
Pardon me, Mayor, I have a quick question. Was there an inventory list completed? I know I've asked for this in the past, but I didn't receive anything. Was something done?
There is an inventory list that is maintained as part of the municipality's insurance policy. I didn't recall that you had made a request for that. You may have, and I may have dropped it, but I can supply a copy of that inventory to the governing body, and I'll take that note now.
That would be great. Thank you very much, Greg. I'm sorry, go ahead, Mayor.
Yeah, so I made a motion to approve 2023-235.
Second.
Mr. Marco?
Yes.
Mr. Noble?
Yes.
Mr. Gubitosi?
Yes.
Mr. Weber?
Yes.
Mayor Fox?
Yes. 2023-236, authorizing renewal of membership of the Monmouth Municipal Joint Insurance Funds for 2024, 25, and 26. Make a motion to approve 2023-236.
Second.
Mr. Marco?
Yes.
Mr. Noble?
Yes.
Mr. Gubitosi?
Yes.
Mr. Weber?
Yes.
Mayor Fox?
Yes. 2023-237, the appointment of the position of Chief Financial Officer in accordance with NJSA 40A semicolon, or I'm sorry, colon 9-140.10. This appointment is for Nancy Britton. Nancy, just a little bit of an explanation here. Our current CFO, Anthony Menino's term expires at the end of this year. We've been actively recruiting for a replacement. We've gone through an interview process which involved the governing body and Greg and myself. Greg led the effort, and I appreciate the fact that he did that. Grateful for his expertise and his ability to bring us where we are today relative to this position. It provides us some overlap time between our current CFO and this new CFO. Nancy is currently an assistant CFO, CTC and QPA in the Borough of Fairhaven. Prior to that, Nancy was an assistant CFO, QPA, and purchasing agent in Taco at Monmouth Beach. She served a number of communities over the last 19 years. So I'd like to nominate her for this and ask for approval of 2023-237.
Second.
Mr. Marco?
Yes.
Mr. Noble?
I just want to add to, with Ms. Britton's educational background, she's certified qualified purchasing agent, certified tax collector, certified municipal finance officer. She has a BA in economics from Rutgers University, along with the 19 years of her experience as a municipal professional. And in addition to her willingness to expand and in areas of responsibility and expertise, I feel very confident in voting yes. Thank you.
Mr. Gubitosi?
Before I vote, I wanted to ask just a quick question. Mr. Fehrenbach, we are voting to extend this offer, or is she willing to accept it, do we not know?
As I indicated to you before, she offered us several alternatives.
It's not a
It
slam
is
dunk.
my belief that with the adoption of this resolution, that she will be the CFO. But I can also tell you that I have had people who have accepted positions, have been appointed, arrived, and in 1, 4, and 6 days, they left. When they realized what they had left was better than what they were going to. So right now, what I'm saying to you is that I think it is in the best interest of the organization that this resolution be adopted unanimously.
One last thing before I vote. I also wanted to thank you for your role in this process. I think you've helped everyone included in this process navigate some interesting paths. So thank you. And I vote yes.
Mr. Weber?
Yes.
Mayor Fox?
Yes. 2023-238, granting license in South Max appointment for the borough administrator. Make a motion to approve 2023. Oh, I'm sorry. Before I do that, did Council President?
Yes, Larry, she left the room.
Sorry, I couldn't see.
That's okay.
Make a motion to approve 2023-238.
I'm going to second this so we can have the discussion and make comments.
Okay. I can start with some comments. Since we had the resignation of Kim Humphrey as our administrator some months ago, this position has been really capably filled by Mr. Fehrenbach, which I can't thank him enough for that, what he's brought to the community. For those who don't know Greg's credentials, he's former director of local government services for the New Jersey Department of Community Affairs. He made clear when he came that he was not interested in a long-term position. He's interested in some level of retirement. So unfortunately, he'll be heading into the sunset at some point in time in the near future. He's nearly completed that process, and again, we're very grateful to him for that. We did have a lengthy search and interview process on the recommendation on the recommendation that's been made today. I'm proposing somebody who not only has some professional qualifications and experience to serve Raleigh Beach, but also knows our borough, knows our structure, and more importantly, the people we serve. This candidate works in a community right now of over 30,000 people, has 16 years of professional experience. Veteran volunteer in terms of activities that encompasses local business development, planning, and environmental issues that are important to our town, particularly on the environmental side. That's something that's a key, a critical success factor for our community. So the nomination of Meredith DeMarco, I think, is appropriate. Her record of borough support in the community was evidenced last year in the election. She demonstrated some real independence, how she ran her campaign. I think it's a strength that she has, independence, and continuing displaying as an elected official. As council president, she's done a good job for us. She's ready to listen to all sides. She's fair, open, and I think she's has a real command of
We do not
the law.
consent, Mayor. We do not consent.
Ma'am, you can't, you can't. There's a time to come up. There's a time, let him please.
We have
Sorry.
exhausted every method. We've reached out to our council, we've reached out to the Attorney General, and we have not been heard.
Ma'am, you've met me here, right? You see that I'm respectful to everybody. We just can't have that. And this is not a threat. If you keep calling out, I have to get you out. And I really don't want to do that. So you use public comment later. You can do whatever you want, but just now is not the time, okay? Thank you.
Well, you can do public comments. So hold that thought.
Thank you.
So, I feel very comfortable with this nomination. I think Meredith will do a great job for the community. She'll give 120%, and it's for that reason that I've made this nomination. Any other comments?
I guess I'll start. First of all, this is not personal. I serve you, the public. This is my job. So sometimes I have to make tough decisions and I have to share some difficult information. And I want to do that today. I'm going to take you back to February 14th. I sent the mayor an email and I let him know. I said, Mayor, I read your posting on the New Jersey League of Municipalities.org for the business administrator position. I am curious why you're not specifically requiring a bachelor's degree along with minimum years of business administrator experience. And then I pasted the ad. And I did say, I do look forward to reviewing all resumes and participating in the interview process. It is imperative the entire council team finds the most qualified candidate to best serve the residents of Bradley Beach. The mayor replied with, thank you for your concern. I'd like to cast a wider net when starting a search. For your information, Colorado has an executive order requiring skills-based hiring goals as opposed to education. And then he copy and pasted something from Zoe Bard, the CEO, the president of the Markle Foundation, saying how skill-based hiring practices can improve our talent pool. And then he said, I hope the process is as inclusive as it is possible. Then I replied, I remain concerned based on your response. For your information, we are in New Jersey, a state with a high percentage of college graduates. Being that we represent the residents of Bradley Beach, it is our responsibility to make sure that the business administrator position is filled by the highest qualified candidate. There is no need for us to cast a lower net. I would like to respectfully request the League of Municipalities and others postings include a minimum of a bachelor's degree and 5 years experience as a business administrator. I've read other posts. This is very common to ask with this position. I received no response. Now, there are so many issues with Mayor Fox's proposed appointment of Councilwoman Meredith DeMarco for the business administrator. First is the ethics of a newly elected sitting councilwoman applying for this position. Secondly, is Councilwoman DeMarco's lack of any experience as a BA and the lack of foundational educational degrees. And she has minimal experience, 2 years in municipal government. As I stated at the June 14th Borough Council meeting, the council interviewed 3 of Mayor Fox's selected recommendations and we advised the mayor of our selection, a highly qualified candidate with a master's degree in public administration. By the way, we had 7 applicants that did have a master's degree. And this one also had decades of experience, which was also very common. Instead, Mayor Fox is now single-handedly proposing the appointment of Councilwoman Meredith DeMarco, a far less qualified candidate, and is also proposing a top-line salary for us residents to pay. Meredith, I would like, she's not here, but I would like the public to know that she called me yesterday to personally ask me for my support, which is, I felt, completely inappropriate and unprofessional as a candidate. I was shocked to be put in a very uncomfortable position as she was trying to gain my favor. None of the other candidates called me because it's inappropriate and they don't have my phone number. I took an oath on January 1st to best serve the residents of Bradley Beach. And I take that oath extremely seriously. And I would never abandon it for financial or personal gain. The oath of office is to serve, not self-serve. My goal and my responsibility is to hire the highest qualified candidate to get Bradley Beach back on track. This is a very important hire for all of us.
I've got a very difficult prepared statement to read, and anyone who's watched these council meetings knows I have a lot of prepared statements. But this one was really troubling for me. I am troubled by the mayor's nomination of Ms. DeMarco to serve as our business administrator. What many people do not realize is that over 5 months ago, the mayor shocked 3 of the council members, informing us that Ms. DeMarco, our council colleague, had submitted an application and was chosen by the mayor to be a finalist for the business administrator's position. We were told that close to 30 resumes were submitted. However, the mayor rejected all but 3 of those resumes before the council had an opportunity to review them. He did invite us to interview 3 finalists, including Ms. DeMarco. After the interview process, the mayor polled the council members. We unanimously expressed our support for one of the mayor's finalists. However, the mayor promptly let us know that our preferred candidate was not his preferred candidate. Why put us through this disingenuous process, asking us to interview 3 finalists that he selected? Why does the mayor pretend to solicit our advice and consent when he never intends to collaborate or compromise? The mayor's top candidate, Ms. DeMarco, was really his only finalist. Apparently, the other 2 candidates that the council interviewed and were not intended to be considered by the council at all. The selection of finalists by the mayor and the interview process overall was a sham exercise. It was a disgrace for all involved, including the candidates themselves. Not getting the answer he wanted from the council, Mayor Fox then initiated a lawsuit against the council, and he delayed any BA nominations for many months, hoping that the court would rule that he did not need the council's advice and consent for the BA position. However, the court said that advice and consent is necessary for a permanent position. However, there is a loophole. Apparently, the mayor can temporarily appoint what is referred to as an acting BA. Mr. Fehrenbach is an acting BA. He can do this without council consent. Then, whenever that temporary position expires, the mayor can attempt to hold over that acting temporary position. This loophole could effectively create temporary appointments that can span years. So, the loophole exists and the mayor is likely to jump through it. If you want evidence of the deceit and disdain that the mayor has for the public, look no further than tonight's agenda. This resolution's language reads, granting advice and consent to the mayor's appointment of the borough administrator. This is all part of an act. The mayor knows that he does not have the council's support. Ironically, the mayor drafted this language for the public agenda, but it's doubtful that he has any intention of respecting his own language. Because of this loophole, the mayor is creating an adversarial situation. He is not truly asking for or expecting our consent. Should the council vote no on this resolution, don't look for the mayor to nominate the council's preferred candidate next. No, he delayed the replacement of our business administrator for 6 months. Now, he may act upon this loophole to get his way. At this point, all I can say is that as a member of this council, I will continue to fight for what is right for our residents. I want people to know that my biggest concern isn't about how the mayor continues to disrespect this council and the public. My biggest concern isn't about sham processes that the mayor uses to advance his own agenda. In order to hire Ms. DeMarco as our VA, he wasted our time and the time of all the people who submitted resumes and who interviewed for this important position. Those are definitely problems that need to be recognized. However, my biggest concern is what I perceive to be a lack of ethical behavior on the part of Mayor Fox. consider the following. 1, the mayor aggressively supported Ms. DeMarco during her campaign for the council, paying for campaign literature and supporting fundraising for Ms. DeMarco. Despite the negative campaigning that the mayor conducted against Ms. DeNoble, Mr. Weber, and myself, this council embraced Ms. DeMarco, one of the mayor's candidates. In an effort to demonstrate true collaboration, this council unanimously appointed Ms. DeMarco to serve as our council president. We certainly had the votes to do otherwise. Then, only months into Ms. DeMarco's 3-year term on the council, the mayor informed us that he was determined to appoint Ms. DeMarco to the business administrator role, despite council advice to the contrary. Making matters worse, we were not allowed to share this information with the public because we were asked to protect Ms. DeMarco's right to confidentiality. Of course, Ms. DeMarco could not easily recuse herself from every council vote spanning many months. So we all were forced to sit silent for 5 months, keeping the public in the dark because of the mayor's calculated inaction. In my opinion, for all this time, every single council vote could have been perceived as a conflict of interest. Whenever any member of the council might have opposed the mayor, voting against the mayor could have been at least awkward. If Ms. DeMarco is appointed to the VA position, people will likely ask very challenging questions that I don't have answers to. Did the council president have an unfair advantage over other candidates during this process, especially candidates who were more qualified? What is the commitment, if any, that an elected official owes to the people who put them in office? Is it appropriate for Bradley Beach to pay market competitive salary and benefits to a person with no experience as a business administrator? For the record, let me say I know Meredith DeMarco to be a good person with a strong record of public service and a demonstrated commitment to Bradley Beach. Over the years, I have worked side by side with her on the planning board, and I have considered her to be a friend. I am not here tonight to disparage Ms. DeMarco. The simple fact, as I see it, is that there is a more qualified candidate for the role of business administrator that had the unanimous support of this council. This was a candidate who the mayor himself presented to us as one of his 3 finalists. The candidate that the council favored has a master's degree in public administration and has over 20 years' experience serving as a business administrator in other municipalities. Perhaps most importantly, I believe that the mayor's effort to appoint Ms. DeMarco places her in conflict with the oath she took to serve the public as their councilperson. Her position as council president and her strong campaign relationship with Mayor Fox raised too many concerns regarding potential conflicts of interest. It raises questions about the fairness of this process and about Ms. DeMarco's ability to perform the duties of business administrator effectively and without bias. This whole process is wrong. The council should not have been put in a position where we are forced to even ask these difficult questions. Months ago, I spoke to Ms. DeMarco about this challenging decision. I told her that while she is a friend, my duty is to the public, and I believe I must support the hiring of the person who's best qualified to do this job. Unfortunately, I expect my past friendship with Ms. DeMarco is now damaged, perhaps irreparably. I also resent the fact that Councilwoman DeNoble, Councilman Weber, and I were forced to conceal from the public for 5 months many potential conflicts of interest that arose in the governance of our borough during our council meetings. For the loss of my friendship and for the potential conflicts of interest that were never made known to the public, I blame one person, Mayor Larry Fox. I vote no on this motion. Thank you.
I don't think we were voting at this point, Councilman.
I think I telegraphed my vote, sorry.
That's it? All right. My turn. It's really, really disappointing to me that the mayor appointed somebody to the VA position that he knew did not have the support of the remainder of the council. I mean, who does that? any other elected official at any level of government would find out where their legislative body is on advice and consent, and finding no support, either they would withdraw the candidate's name or the candidate would withdraw the name themselves. We've all seen this happen, and if you follow politics, it's happened at the national level and the state level. We've seen elected leaders put forth and then withdraw the nomination due to lack of support. And then the person who can make it through, the person who gets the advice and consent, that's the person that ends up getting the job. But not here, not in Bradley Beach, not in a town where one person thinks their opinion is the only one that counts. I went through this exact same scenario 6 years ago in 2017 on this council. Back then, we had a VA candidate, they had close ties to the administration, they had no experience as an actual town administrator. That person was appointed over the objection of 2 council members. Back then, I wanted a different candidate. I wanted the candidate that had a master's degree in public administration, who had actual administrator experience in a town much larger than ours. But we didn't get that candidate back in 2017. We got the candidate who had a municipal experience for sure, and a lot of it, but none of it as an actual administrator. I think the results were poor, and Bradley Beach suffered for it. So now it's 2023, and the exact same thing is happening. A highly qualified candidate is being passed over by the mayor for someone he is close to, and who will likely align with him on all things and not push back on him. The mayor is the one who chose the 3 finalists. He clearly thought that any of those 3 could do the job. So then the exercise becomes finding the best qualified among those 3. That's why the council was interviewed to interview all 3. You have to ask the question, then why was the council even become part of the interview process? Why, if the mayor was going to ignore our suggestions and just pick the person he wanted, why waste our time? I think it comes down to the mayor's ego. He does not want someone with more experience than him. He does not want someone who makes better decisions than him. And he does not want someone to push back on him and tell him that his ideas make no sense. A couple other towns in Monmouth County were looking for administrators in this same time period, specifically Red Bank and West Long Branch. I think a competitive candidate for this job would have applied to those towns and even been a finalist in their search. I have no evidence of this one way or the other, but that's a question for the candidate. But I'm pretty sure that the mayor's choice didn't apply for this job in these other towns. Now, there are people out there, maybe going to speak later tonight, or they're on Zoom, or after this is all done, and they're going to say that they think Meredith DeMarco is a nice person, or she's a hard worker, or she's likable, et cetera, but that is not the point. I want those people to put themselves in my shoes. The shoes of a guy who interviewed 3 candidates and who's being asked to give support to the one with the least experience of the 3. What would you do? I know what some of you would do, but that's what people that would give their support to Meredith just say, what would you do if you were me? Never mind all the fine attributes and characteristics of Meredith DeMarco. She is the least experienced of the 3. And I, of all the people up here, should know better than to put the town through the same thing that happened in 2017. That's my comments.
Thank you. I do have a couple of, I feel compelled to make a couple comments here based on the comments that were made. The first, when people throw around the board ethics, that concerns me. The council interviewed Ms. DeMarco back in May, and I heard no issues around that term ethics. It seems like ethics pops up periodically with people in just an inappropriate context. So I heard that by all 3. I questioned if there was an ethics issue. Mr. Cannon was aware of this interview on May 19th. We heard nothing. So he could have put up the flag. I don't know that there's an ethics issue, so I just wanted to put that out there. Relative to Ms. DeNoble, or Councilwoman DeNoble's comments. It is typical for people to ask for support for nominations, so I'm sorry that you felt that way. I think Council President DeMarco, it does want to serve the community, and I think she will serve the community very well. If I flip over to Councilman Gubitosi saying that, you know, she was in a position for a short period of time, I can recall in 2020, Councilman Gubitosi, you were in a position for 2 or 3 months and decided to shift to something else yourself. So these things happen.
Wait, what?
Council, I'm sorry, I've got the floor, I'm sorry. Council,
that is,
you know, Council President DeMarco applied for the job. I didn't ask her to apply for the job. I used a professional recruiter, Mr. Fehrenbach, to work with us to look at the candidates. And we didn't agree on every candidate, but we did agree on the finalists, and we did agree on the final choice. So people are, you know, single-handedly saying that I made some deal or something like that. There'd be nothing in it for me to make a deal. There's a lot of politics being discussed here tonight, and, you know, people will say what they will. In place. So again, I think this idea of folks, you know, not listening. I certainly went through the interview process, went through the final interview process, took the input, had some more discussions, and I think I'm making a good choice. So I won't go through each and every retort to the comments made, but you know, I still do believe that this is would be a good addition to the municipality. So with that, I would make a motion to, well, I'm sorry, we already had a second with Councilman Weber, so I guess we'll go to a vote.
Councilwoman DeNoble?
No.
Councilman Gubitosi?
no.
Councilman Weber?
No.
Mayor Fox?
Yes. Okay, let's go to announcements. There are none. Then we'll then go to mayor and council reports and then public comments. Start with the council reports. Councilwoman, I guess we have to ask Council President
I'll get it.
DeMarco to comment.
She's on her way.
Tractor now.
Yeah, we're getting her.
All right, I'm just going to check something.
Okay. So if I could just make a quick statement regarding resolution 2023-235, because when I make a mistake, I always admit it. I made a mistake on the inventory list with the Gem Car and the Kubota. That's since been fixed, so when it gets posted on the website, it'll be corrected, okay?
Sleep now tonight.
You should be the VA.
Yeah, exactly. Oh, God, no.
We run in circles around the VA.
No, one heart attack is enough to change.
Okay. So, Council President Backer now.
No. Do you want to start with your comments?
No. I can wait.
Okay. Somebody go. I could go first. Go.
She did something. She may not know. That's awesome.
Has Meredith been notified?
Yeah.
Maybe she
She's
next time. Okay.
Okay, she's back.
Okay, Councilwoman Denola.
All right, I guess I'm going first after all. Okay, September, with the school Board of Ed, school opened again September 4th, and it's back in action. The new mascot, Bradley, is flying high, and the next Board of Ed meeting is September 19th. Shade Tree, they had a meeting on September 6th, yes. 6 applications were heard to remove 10 trees. Good news is that they will be removed, but they will be replaced with 10 trees. The chairman's budget discussions led to identifying a few items that required additional research, including some missing deposits that needed to be transferred to the appropriate account. Also, the commission raised concerns about the late payments by the borough of some of the Shade Tree Commission bills. The chairman is working on to rectify these things. And finally, more good news. On October 14th, we will be planting 24 more wishing and honor me trees throughout the borough, and we could use some volunteers that day as well. On tourism, on August 28th, the Tourism Commission had a special meeting as the mayor requested a last-minute contract with Willie Will, an event planner out of New Brunswick, to host a Latin Fest for $6,900 on September 9th. The Tourism Commission voted and determined that 1, it was too short notice, 2, it was too expensive, including the $6,900 fee plus borough expenses, and 3, the commission favored hiring a local band and a local salsa instructor for approximately $1,200, and 4, they wanted to hold the event during the actual Hispanic Heritage Month time, which begins on September 15th, this Saturday. Mayor Fox single-handedly overrode the commission's decision. There was a question if this was violating our ordinance, Article 5, Chapter 24, Sections 16 through 18, and the mayor basically said everybody violates ordinances and told the tourism director not to worry about it. As far as the budget goes for them, the director is still unsure about the current balance. We know that 2023 started with a balance of $76,844.68. Christopher Clinton of HFA is investigating the deviations of the tourism trust account. Apparently Apparently deposits were incorrectly going into the current fund instead of the tourism trust account. He tells our BA, Mr. Fehrenbach, that this was corrected earlier this year, and I think you're going to cover a little bit more about that. Let's do some good news. How about that? Okay. Being a councilwoman certainly has its challenges, but it also has its rewards. And sometimes you get to do some pretty special things. And recently, the Bradley Beach Fire Department invited the mayor and council to participate and volunteer at the Bradley Beach Fire Department 5K race. Councilpersons Weber, Gubitosi, and I took up the challenge, and we helped set up and we distributed water and food. Mayor Fox ran in the race, and they also gave me the honor of servicing as their MC. It was a great community event. The DPW did a great job setting up. The police was there to protect us and assure our safety. And the Bradley Beach Elementary School 8th graders volunteered, and the first aid and fire departments also volunteered their time as well. And they did get a call during this, so they multitasked very successfully. And I just want to say thank you to the Bradley Beach Fire Department. Your commitment to protect and serve our borough is nothing short of heroic. And I do have a fun fact. The Bradley Beach Fire Department has provided volunteer continual fire protection 24 hours a day, 7 days a week since June 5th, 1893. Thank you. And that completes my report. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Councilman Gubitosi.
Thank you. One thing that Councilwoman DeNoble didn't mention was she almost had to sing the national anthem. I wish you had been there, we were looking for you. But,
I decided not to call you on a Saturday, Erica, but I was close.
There apparently was an amazing woman that
Oh,
already identified, yeah. I do have a police report, serving as the liaison to our police department. 2 individuals were arrested and charged with driving while intoxicated on separate occasions. A subject was arrested for false public alarm after purposely and knowingly pulling a fire alarm when there was no actual fire or emergency. A local subject was arrested for theft. Another individual was arrested for simple assault. 2 more subjects were arrested for simple and aggravated assault. A subject was arrested for hindering apprehension in regards to borough ordinance violations surrounding open alcohol on the beachfront. A local resident was arrested for trespassing. Officers from our K-9 unit were deployed several times. One officer was detailed for an explosive detection threat at a retail store in another jurisdiction. The same officer was detailed for the same threat a week later. Both deployments resulted in negative findings, and the establishment was cleared each time. Another officer was deployed to assist a neighboring town on a narcotics search during a police motor vehicle stop. The search revealed a large amount of drugs, heroin, and paraphernalia. Thank you again to Detective Browning for that report. I also am the liaison for the Sylvan Lake Commission, and two interesting things of note for Sylvan Lake. One is that the Sylvan Lake Commission donated remembrance of 9/11 flag, one flag to the borough of Bradley Beach and one to the borough of Avon. And Bradley actually raised our flag on Labor Day, and it has been flying at the Lorraine Lifeguard Station on Ocean Avenue. The note I have is that it would fly until mid-September, so I don't know if it's still up, but it's been up at least since Labor Day. Potentially very exciting news for Sylvan Lake. People who have been listening to me talk about this for 30 plus years. We've talked ongoing about the possible restoration of the lake, and that would include a degree of dredging, which tends to be very expensive. It's been cost prohibitive, honestly. But working with Captain Al Majeski of the American Littoral Society, groups of volunteers have been led by Captain Al, and Mr. Shishius, who's in the audience, I believe there is, have been working diligently to help us identify potential funding. And apparently there is an opportunity that we might be able to secure a large federal government grant. In order to get that process started, they've already talked to the New Jersey Department of Environmental Protection. They've got a lot of progress made to gain their support. And they're in the process now of forming a technical advisory committee, or TAC. And that committee will put together a design as to what they might do with, to accomplish this goal in the lake. And then they will bring those designs to the shareholders and to the public. So I envision if we can get this thing up and running, there will be public meetings for the people, residents, to weigh in on the design features that are being planned. That meeting, to kick this off of the TAC, is being scheduled as we speak, either the very end of September or the first week in October. So that was exciting to see that little blurb, little beep on my radar. I wanted to just briefly give everyone an update on this notion of creating handicap drop-off and pick-up locations on Ocean Ave. I mentioned this at a couple of council meetings. The mayor and a number of folks from the municipality met with me last week. That included not only the mayor, but representatives from our police department and our DPW, as well as our beach manager, Sean Heater. And we went down there with the sole purpose to identify where we might be able to create more handicap accessible beach access for people who are wheelchair bound. So the idea would be to be able to pull up a van and to allow people to disembark near a curb cut on Ocean Ave, a county road. And the county basically said, you know, the locals can do kind of what they want as long as it's sanctioned for safety. And how they identify, you know, safety is having a traffic engineer say, yeah, well, you're not backing up crazy into traffic, and having our police chief also sanction that whatever we're proposing is safe. And Chief Guida did join us that morning, so it was a very productive, but I would say preliminary conversation. I plan to follow up with the chief in a couple of weeks to come, just to continue this discussion and make sure, hopefully, that we can get to a common ground where I would like to see us create 2 pick-up and drop-off areas at 2 designated beaches. Beaches themselves would need to have handicapped wheelchair access. So they either have to be level access to the beach, or they have to have ramps. And I think 6 of our 11 beaches are handicap accessible. I want to talk briefly about the topic of parking striping. A few years ago, the mayor initiated the striping of parking spaces on Newark Avenue. This was done without council approval, and most importantly, without soliciting resident input. At that time, the council passed a resolution creating a law that requires all parking changes to follow a formal due diligence process, including one, involving a traffic engineer. If you're going to make changes, get an expert to guide us. 2, engaging the residents, making sure we get feedback, make sure we understand the issues that are important to the residents, especially if we're putting in parking right in front of their houses. And 3, requiring council approval. Recently, the mayor has begun to explore potential striping on 4th Avenue and on Lorraine Avenue. Decisions like these must be thoughtful and well communicated. Our residents' feedback is critical. Parking is a very important issue in a beach community, and any changes clearly need to align with a longer-term strategy for managing parking. The council plans, this is just a heads up, the council plans to introduce a resolution on September 27th that reinforces the due diligence protections that we initiated in 2021. And then I created my own comments regarding tourism, and this is just evidence that we don't always coordinate our comments as council members. But I did want to speak briefly about the tourism trust and the tourism ordinance. I want people to know that I am working with Mr. Fehrenbach, our business administrator, to better understand how to reconcile our Edmonds financial reporting system, the trust account balances there, with our annual financial statement trust account balances. In my first effort to reconcile these balances, I could not come up, I really couldn't come close to balancing the balances. I don't understand the volume of activity that flows through the tourism trust just yet, and I want to make sure that this trust is being utilized appropriately. Today, I received an email that offers some explanation for the disparities that I observed. However, a few questions remain, and the HFA team is working to help resolve my questions. On a related note, I was very disappointed to see that the mayor overruled our Tourism Commission's recommendations to improve the Latin Festival. I participated in the commission meeting as a resident and listened to a great exchange of ideas among Tourism Commission members and residents that would, 1, reduce costs by roughly $5,000, 2, utilize local talent, 3, align the festival date with the Hispanic Heritage Month, and 4, provide more time to advertise and build resident participation. My understanding is that the mayor overruled this commission's thoughtful work and proceeded to hire the Latin Fest event planner of his choice. This would seem to directly conflict with our law, the tourism ordinance, which gives this power solely to the Tourism Commission. Further, I understand that the mayor told our tourism director something to the effect that it was okay to not obey our ordinances. I sincerely hope that did not happen, but I plan to follow up on these important tourism issues and provide an updated report at our September 27th council meeting. That concludes my comments.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilman Webb.
Mr. Mayor, with all these people here, you'd think we were talking about life and death stuff, but I'm going to talk about life and death stuff. About 10 minutes after the guards left, the lifeguards left on Labor Day, I had to help some kid that was stuck in the rip in the surfing beach. And then two days later, at the same beach, I had to help a middle-aged man that was boogie boarding in that same rip. There was other surfers there, and in both cases, it was kind of no big deal. But I really want to emphasize, right now, people need to stay out of the water. They do not have decades of surfing experience or a big something floaty with them. The waves are going to be huge the next couple of days. It's nothing that like we had on Labor Day. So just stay out of the water. Please tell other people to stay out of the water. I don't want to hear the sirens go off this Friday or this weekend or anything, because I know what that means when the sirens go off. But last Friday night, at the pizza place on Brinley Avenue, I was just finishing up dinner with my family, and a woman two tables down from me started choking. Her family members were trying the Heimlich maneuver, and somebody had already called 911 really quickly. Officer Andrew Redmond was first on the scene. He was there right away, and he took over. You may know Andrew Redmond, so he's the K-9 officer. He has to work with dogs, so what an awesome job this guy has. Other officers followed. Detective Greg Penz was there, Lieutenant Anthony Murray was there, Officer Edmund Hernandez. Of course, the chief was there, and I said, Friday night, and chief was there. If I'm leaving anybody out, I really apologize. I did my best on this. Of course, the whole first aid squad showed up within minutes. But I really want to single out Officer Redmond because I believe he saved this woman's life. The Heimlich was not working for the family members, but quite frankly, it wasn't working for Officer Redmond for a while, to the point where they're like, let's lay this woman down and start CPR. And it must have been that last thrust, and before they were doing that, they were actually already in the process of laying her down. So she lived, and I believe he saved her life. Even though he's not here, he was on duty a couple hours ago. I would like a round of applause for Officer Redmond. And maybe we can get him in here in the flesh, and we can do it again when he's actually here. So that was the life and death stuff. Now there's regular old count stuff. Yeah, the 5K race happened since our last meeting, so I also want to thank Todd Niglin and the 8th graders who helped out, and the PTA parents who helped out, all the fire department, the police, and the EMS. It was a great day, a great event, and continues to be that way. As you know, you keep hearing we're working on cost-saving stuff, so this is one for you, Greg. I know on this bill list, I think I added it up right, and what the borough paid for gasoline, it was more than a month. I think this last bill, this was covered a longer period, but it's basically over $5,000 just for gasoline, okay? When you run on gasoline, you need gasoline, I get it. I'm just making a request that the engines of the borough vehicles get turned off when they're not in use, like not idling, and just like every little bit counts. I'm not talking about diesels that, it's not the middle of winter. So hopefully we can just make that standard and nobody will walk by with a town truck that's just running. And similarly on cost-saving stuff, everybody talks about shared services, and I would like to talk about shared services, but I want to talk about shared services within our own town, because just the other day, maybe it was the weekend after school started, I saw the landscaping company cutting the lawn at the school, and that reminded me of the time a few years back when the town decided they're no longer going to cut the school's lawn or shovel their walkways anymore. And I just thought, you just have to figure out what's the best way to do it. Like, what is the best way to deliver this service? If it makes more sense to hire an outside contractor to cut the lawn, that's great. But then maybe it makes more sense for us to hire an outside firm to do all the lawns in town. I have no idea, but if it's making sense for the school, the taxpayers are paying for this either way, so we should make sure that that's actually the most efficient, the most cost-effective thing. If it's not the most cost-effective thing, then maybe the town should consider going back to cutting the school's lawn. And everybody remembers a few years ago when this happened, the town bought a lawnmower and the superintendent would be out there in the middle of July mowing the lawn. The guy is the highest paid school official in the town, and he got to mow the lawn. So I'd like to just look into that. I want to ask a question about how we started this meeting with the presentation from the fire department. Do we need a resolution to kind of affirm what they presented? Is it different? We passed a resolution in 2020.
I don't think we do, and that, I think we passed it, and I think Eric had already checked that we didn't need it, but Erica, can you comment on that?
Yes, we did pass the resolution, if you remember last year, so they were just making the presentation that there was a tweak in where the sign was being placed, and that's all that needed to be done, as per, I believe the zoning officer even clarified that too. So, we don't need another resolution, that much I do know.
Somebody had plans to build their house and they moved it 5 feet, and then something would have to happen. So
No,
if you say so,
in this case, no, it
had
was
to ask.
fine. No, that's
Okay.
fine.
And then, my interest in the school, Jane does a great job reporting on the school. My interest in the school is about half of what it used to be, because I only have one kid in the school now. But you missed this one, Jane, they're doing the car wash this Saturday.
Oh my goodness, it was
Oh
on my
goodness,
list.
everybody
Okay.
needs to get their car washed this
Yes,
Saturday.
the PTA is doing that.
8 a.m. to 2 p.m. It helps send the 8th graders to Washington. They do this every year. It's kind of the start of their fundraising season, which they will work on raising money from now and basically until they go to Washington. So get your car washed, even if it's not dirty. I think it's 9 a.m. to 2 p.m. You just pull in the schoolyard
Yeah.
and you'll see what's going on.
You'll see me there.
You'll be there.
Oh, and they're selling treats too, so
I will be
bring some money.
here now, so you go and you get your car washed, and that's the end of my report.
Thank you, Councilman. Yeah, it's 9 to 2, it's $5 a car. I've got the ad and it'll be in the newsletter tomorrow. I'll start with the First Aid and Fire Department reports for the operational period ending September 13th, 2023. The squadron responded to 15-day calls, 10 night calls, for a total of 25 calls. 15 were for medical calls and 10 for fire calls. The squad conducted one drill for the safety and education membership. 6 members successfully completed the 53-hour American Red Cross certification for emergency medical responders. Congratulations to Lily Lane, Jennifer Pierce, Isabella Upton, Ariella Minsky, Carl Fensky, and Jack Bruno. Well done. The squad supplied medical overwatch for 2 concerts in the park, as well as a Latino festival in Wembley Park and a hydrocephalus. Sorry, thank you. The squad responded to 2 requests for mutual aid, one for Ocean Grove Water Rescue and one for Avalon Water Rescue. Congratulations to Jennifer Pierce, Sky Bretcher, Carl Fensky for being accepted into the EMT training program. Good luck, study hard. Squad fulfilled 100% of their assignments for the operational period. Fire department for the operational period ended September 13th. The department responded to 10 requests for the department. The department conducted 2 training drills for safety and education of the members. The department fulfilled 100% of their assignments. As always, they're looking for volunteers for fire and first aid, offer free training to qualified individuals. Anyone wishing to volunteer for the fire department and first aid apps can be found on the borough website. As always, there's significant cooperation between fire and first aid, allowing them to keep answering their citizens' needs. So that's the EM, the first aid and fire report. I have a couple other comments. We had a tough weekend last weekend with the weather. Through Labor Day, it was great, but we had a lot of variable storms, put a damper on not only Latin Fest, but the local summer festivities. Rescheduled local summer for this Sunday from 5 to 7:30 is on Brittany Avenue Beach. I only had one update this summer for badge sales. I had said it on August 15th that our sales were about $1.5 million, about 30,000 more than the same period last year. We budgeted $1.9 million for badge sales, and I'm happy to report that the number hot off the presses is $1,975,000. So we exceeded our revenue forecast by about $75,000, which is great. So we can look at, what do we do with investments in our beachfront. So we have to certainly wait for surpluses to kick in and all those things. But the good news is we for I think the 3rd year in a row exceeded our beach badge revenue, and the weather helped us a bunch. It started slow in June, but we picked up speed in mid-July through Labor Day, so that was great. And that's a testimony to everybody that works on this end to end. Just about everybody every employee has something to do with the beach in some way, so I very much appreciate that. We did have a wellness walk. It was a so-so turnout last Saturday. We're continuing to enhance our event. We had a walk and talk with Dr. Kate Florio. She took us through Happy Feet. She did a great job. Again, thanks to Hackensack Meridian. We've got the next walk on October 22nd, followed by November 12th. October 22nd is Healthy Dog, Healthy You. So we're going to have a dog exercise in that, and then the importance of exercise will be the November topic. We're closing out this whole Biazi infrastructure roof replacement. We finished, we're doing the finishing touches on the building this week, followed by final inspection. The roof has been completely replaced. We're going to start shifting personnel back next week, and by month end, I think we'll be fully operational as we have been before. Just a quick update on Fletcher Lake. The Neptune team has just about completed the bulkhead. The project really is near completion. It looks great. If you take the enhancements we've done on our side of the lake, the bridge plus that bulkhead, Fletcher Lake's really taken on a great upgrade. We're going to start, and you'll see soon that the Lake Terrace Park, which isn't part of the lake, but it's down the street, we're going to start that work in early October. And you'll be hearing more about that. We talked earlier about the 319 Lorraine Avenue disposition. We're clarifying a few requirements in the addendum, which we've already received clarification from 2, I think, of the engineering companies, and thus far we don't see any difference in their RFP from a dollar standpoint thus far. In the meantime, we'll continue to work through this artifact disposition. I think further conversations with Ms. O'Connor will be helpful, and we're going to pursue certainly the dialogue with the Seven Presidents Foundation. On the library front, lots going on. Sign up for the new library card and check out materials, and you're eligible for a drawing of a gift card. We have a contemporary solo guitar concert on Tuesday, September 19th, 6 p.m. Guitarist soloist Carlos Pravin will conduct a concert of South American and Argentinian music. Registration is required. Interactive movie night, Finding Nemo, is Tuesday, September 26th at 5:30. Have fun doing activities and enjoying snacks while finding Nemo. Participants receive a goodie bag and instructions to do parts of the movie. Children younger than 8 will need an adult, and registration is required. Let's Speak Italian is Wednesday at 11 on September 27th through November 8th. Join us for a free introduction to Italian for beginners. The instructor will teach Italian basics. Space is limited, registration required. We also have, last thing on the agenda for the library is we have a Manhattan Short Film Festival from September 28th to October 8th. Various films, discover your inner film critic skill sets. And you can join that for film lovers. There's going to be multiple venues. So it should be an interesting process. Registration is required there too. Flipping over to recreation, we kicked off the school year. The rec group held their second annual back to school bingo event. Great time, and so many of our students walked away with much needed school supplies and backpacks. Thanks to everybody who donated. This month starts the first fall bocce league. Wednesday nights. Again, registration, it's going to be ladies round robin league on Friday mornings and Wednesday nights for, I think, men. Crosswords and Coffee starts again on September 19th. We had great participation in that last year, and we continue that. We also have a community clothing swap coming on September 23rd from 10:30 to 1 at the rec center. There'll be live music, light breakfast, as well as fun giveaways. More information on the website for that. Bradley Beach Senior Meeting will pick up. They took the summer off on September 27th from 12 to 3. Please join us for lunch, conversation, and bingo. Holidays quickly approaching. We have many exciting things planned in recreation, so we will continue to focus on the community as we do that. That is my report.
Mayor? Mayor, we forgot Council President Marco.
Oh my God, I'm sorry. I skipped right over you, I'm sorry. Out of sight, out of mind. Sorry, Council President, could you jump in?
Of course.
Sorry about that. Many apologies, I'm sorry, it's embarrassing.
So the Land Use Board met on August 17th and approved a request for a second one-year extension of time and approved an application for both variances to repair or replace the current driveway and rear patio on the residential property. And the Environmental Commission would like to invite everyone to the annual Fall Beach Sweep, which will be held on Saturday, October 21st from 9 a.m. until 12:30 p.m. You can volunteer for the entire time or just for a few hours, whatever you can give. We'll be meeting at the 5th Avenue gazebo. Volunteers are encouraged to bring their own buckets for trash collection, and this will help reduce the number of plastic bags that are used for the event. All other cleaning materials will be provided, and we hope to see you there. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Council President. Again, apologies. I'm not used to operating out of this spot. So we will now move to the next agenda item, which is public comments, 5-minute limit, single instance. And again, Council President, if you can help me navigate here a little bit, that would be very helpful. I appreciate it.
Good evening, Beth Cutler, 504 Central Avenue here in Bradley Beach. What kind of an upside-down clown world are we living in? I'm watching my town go down in flames. Our taxes are at 13.2%. Our mayor is not listening to our council. He's suing our council using our tax dollars, being represented by an assemblywoman, a sitting assemblywoman, as his counsel. The town came together and we collected 250 signatures in support of a letter that was read on the record. And to date, the Attorney General, who has had this in his hands since August 3rd, has not responded. Not to me. Has he responded to you, Councilwoman DeNoble? No. Have you heard anything? Nothing. Councilman Gubitosi? Councilman DeMarco? Councilman Weber? Chief? Have you heard from the Attorney General at all?
With regard to what?
To a letter that was written and submitted on behalf of 250 residents in the town?
I'm unaware of it.
No one's
I'm
contacted?
unaware of this letter.
Okay, I read it on the record. I'm just asking if you've been reached out to by the Attorney General's office in any way? Mr. Fehrenbach, have you heard? Larry? Larry? Can you hear me?
Yes.
Have you been contacted or reached out to in any way by the Attorney General since August 3rd?
No, I haven't.
Have you reached out to the Attorney General or spoken with them in any capacity since August 3rd? You're on the record. Yes or no?
No.
No? Yes or no?
He said no.
I answered no.
Okay. Our sitting senator, Van Gopal, who's currently running, and I'd like everybody to make note of that he's up for election. He was also sent this information. He's repeatedly avoided and obfuscated and avoided any contact or conversation with anybody about that letter. So if we've reached out to the Attorney General, we've reached out to our sitting senator, and we've reached out now publicly to our council people. What more can we do to stop this criminality? Because it's starting to paint a very, very interesting picture. That we have a sitting assemblywoman representing our mayor who's suing our council with our tax dollars. Our sitting senator shows up in town for a meet and greet and an election event since August 3rd
towards the end of August, and with the mayor, for a photo op on a resident's porch, but seemingly ignored 250 residents. And I suggest that the reason that the mayor is sitting here so smugly, week after week after week, dismissive and rudely and arrogantly sitting there, knowing that he can get away with exactly what he's doing. You know why that is? Somebody please ask me the question. Please ask me why I think that is. The reason is he knows he's being protected at the very highest levels. We have a much bigger problem in this town than just a small corrupt mayor. He has connections going back all the way to the Attorney General's office. You know how I know that? Because I've lived here my whole life. And there was a patrolman that worked here in this town for many years, Robert Hughes. He was a detective. And he went on to work for the Attorney General's office in the early 80s. And he is, interestingly, a relative of our chief. Isn't that correct, Chief? Are you related to the deceased Detective Robert Hughes? Yes or no? You're on the record.
I'm not commenting on anything.
On your relative?
I'm not commenting on anything. If you have something to say, I suggest you make your comments.
I'm making on the record.
Thank you.
We have a very big problem here. And it extends way beyond our mayor. And I almost didn't come tonight because I was attempted to be threatened and intimidated. Somebody was in my home because I spoke out and I was left a threat. And I have proof of it and I've maintained it as evidence. We have a big problem.
Thank you for your comments. Nancy?
Nancy Meadow, Ocean Park Condominiums. I really kind of don't know where to begin because this is notes from the July meeting that I didn't get to. But I'll start with this. All of this, I disagree. All of this is life and death. Also, I have no intention to research because I'm too old for all that crap. But my memory is that, I don't know if it was a resolution or there's a lower form of policy, but I say during the Cotler days, something went down about we were not allowed as a municipality, you know, we meaning the council and mayor at the time, decided that we could not use Roundup, so that ties up to last week's meeting, as well as, and I think it was from this millennium, at least this century, that we're not allowed to idle cars. So when that huge, but so this supports the fact that we don't follow our rules. Like, you know, the people going the wrong way down the street, police doing nothing, all of that stuff. Now, I'm also going to say, because people actually take bets on what I say on the meetings. And they actually wonder, I'm serious about this.
I believe you.
Okay, because I have to repeat and whine to get my way. So here we go. If I'm one of the 120 people that go to the firehouse, because we have no services, what services do I find there? Who can I bring? I'm not going through that laundry list, but I'm very happy that people are going to make money that I brought that up tonight. I would like you to legislate, because that's the only way things get done. We want that code portal back that the previous administration did away with. It was great, it was efficient. Of course, you know, code department didn't do much, but at least you had a record right there. As opposed to downloading a form, and then the form doesn't even tell you where to mail the form. So, okay, you know, here we go with that. Which ties into the website, which ties into, I don't know what people say they got the newsletter from the website, when I pull it up, and I did it right here in this meeting, in case something happened at, you know, 9:30, and I missed it, I see no newsletters past 8:04. And I believe that this is 9:13, but maybe I don't know how to read a calendar. Wellness. Really? And you look at the recreation center, and you look at tonight's bill list, and we have Mondays are bagel day, and Fridays are pizza day. Is that appropriate? Is that what you want to promote in wellness and a recreation center? I don't know, I sort of thought it was like activities. Glad you only have one child left in the school. I hope you don't have grandchildren that intend to go there. Because I am alarmed that there are less than 200 students enrolled in that school. You were talking pre-K through 8. Do the math. When I worked there, we were up and around either side of 500. And if you don't think your property values are going to go up, if you have to bus, and we're not going to be busing to Havai, where it's, you know, we know where we're busing to. And this is not a Board of Education problem. This is a Borough of Bradley Beach problem. And once again, where's the leadership? What are you doing? How are you making people want to bring and raise their families here? What are you doing to have a good sending district? You know, this is not just somebody who's just having a baby now. This is your future, the children of the country. So you need to get your act together with all of that. I still don't understand the difference between a board, a department, and a commission. However, I would think that if you're the leader of the board, then you're a board director, you're not a commission director, and vice versa. And I would like to say that I attended a Zoom meeting. It was done on somebody's personal Zoom. I don't see any agenda meeting minutes or any of that posted. You need to legislate what these boards, departments, commissions do so that people know. And I saw on something, not to bring up again the position of DA, but that employees get their birthday off. I would like to say that Jane DeNovo attended meetings on her birthday for borough business. So I guess the rest of my things will stay in my handbag until the next meeting.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Dr. McGuire?
Dr. Tom McGuire, 610 Brindley Avenue. I had a question about, there was 2 mentions about the ordinance not being followed by the mayor. What's the repercussions for that, if that's true, if he's not following the town ordinance? Are there repercussions? Anything that the town can do? Can anyone answer? Greg? You know if that's good? Or is it not in the ordinance, like the penalty of?
I mean, it's not an ordinance that has a penalty provision.
Yeah.
And that's, I don't know, I haven't investigated that. So I don't know.
I was looking for something.
Let's just hypothetically say someone violated an ordinance, I mean, subject to challenge.
Yeah.
Any government document subject to challenge, you've seen from regulations come on there.
Yeah.
And, you know, to touch on the finances, the auditor puts a comment if the procedure wasn't followed.
Okay.
And if everybody's certified they reviewed that, it's sent to DCA.
Okay.
There's other supervisory people.
Okay.
I think the allegation was some sort of financial
Yeah.
ordinance. Check by the auditor, check by the DCA.
So it can go further up the chain. It's not like it would be in the borough, like we would like censure him or something like that.
I mean, that's not the ordinary procedure.
That's not it. Okay.
No, I mean, DCA checked, I mean, as you heard, you've heard enough times in the budget, hey, the state hasn't approved our budget, they also review the audit.
Okay. Is there any way that we can change the ordinance? Like put some type of penalty on there or something, you know, like if you go against this, because I mean, there's an ordinance on there, like the noise ordinance has it on there, like you'll get a penalty or a fine or something like that. Is there any way that we can do that, or is that just ridiculous? Or we should just follow the ordinance? Oh, bingo, that's the one, bingo, yeah, let's just follow the ordinance. The next thing is, I know you voted down the candidacy for, or the nomination for Meredith. What's the next step now? We don't have a BA to replace Mr. Fahrenbach. Do we, is that on the next agenda now, that we go with the second person, or who you guys advise and consented? Mayor, do you know the answer to that, what we go next? Since we don't have a BA to replace Mr. Fahrenbach?
Yeah, I'll be meeting with Mr. Fehrenbach tomorrow.
Okay, so, I think it was Councilman Gubitosi had brought up that there's a possibility of you using a loophole. Is that what you plan on doing?
As I said, I'll be meeting with Mr. Fehrenbach tomorrow.
that difficult?
And the term loophole, I'm not sure that's a,
Don't hear the attorney, it's not a loophole. So, okay, so I just want to remind you that you did say during one of your meetings, you wanted to, because people kept saying, oh, rubber stamp, and they took you out of context, and they said it, and then my wife and I, we actually found a video of you clarifying. You said, this is the last time I want to talk about rubber stamping, and I want to make sure that everyone understands that advice of consent is an important process that we have in Bradley Beach. And advice of consent is checks and balances. And I was just like, wow, I can't believe you really said that. So let's use that. So I feel like you do use what Councilman Gubitosi was talking about, where you possibly use, if you don't want to use loophole, you can use another word, that's fine. Whatever's at your disposal to use, possibly unethical and not moral, but you have that possibility to do that. Wouldn't you be going against everything you just said about advice and consent? Or are you going to talk to Mr. Fahrenbach about that one too? Yep, that's what I thought. Okay, so we're going to get nowhere again, so I wish, Meredith, if you had something, I wish you would decline or rescind your, what is it called, your application. That would be great, so we can move forward to this and hire the person who really should be there. So I would appreciate that if you did that, because he's possibly going to do this, and if you think that's the way that you should get a job, I mean, that's just terrible. So I'm sorry, but thank you.
Shauna Greenblatt, Jana, 414 Monmouth Avenue. I have a very quick comment. I believe that when we were going over the bills list, there was reference to, I don't know, municipal or government management, and I think that referenced Mr. Fahrenbach's employment.
Yes.
And that it was at $13,000 monthly.
Yes.
Okay, so the simple math is that's $156,000. So continuing this engagement with an interim VA is also costing the borough a lot more money, and I just wanted to point that out.
Neil Mullen, 302 4th Avenue. I have to admit that I did find the email that Mayor Fox sent to me. It was in my junk. I don't know how it got there, but my friend over here, I showed it to her that I could type into my junk. So anyway, so I just, although I didn't realize that I was wrong, I still do admit when I'm wrong, which hopefully I'm setting an example. And then I just want to make a comment, going back to this best candidate for the job of the business administrator. Often there's questions that are asked by the council. And many of us, or maybe it's just me, hear these questions and we're like, wow, what's that answer? And so many times Greg has the answer to that. And it's because he has so much experience, and his predecessor had those answers as well. I mean, just to give an example for tonight, maybe I'm just, mushing the brain, but when Councilman Gubitosi was asking the question about having access to the auditor, which was a very, I think I heard this right, very wise question to ask, because this is, something that the council should be able to question because it's financial decisions. Greg was able to come back with the answer that someone could have access to the auditor if they had to avoid a quorum. So just the language, whatever it was that, I hope I'm restating this correctly, but I just wonder if Councilman DeMarco goes into that job, would you even know the answer to that question? I don't know if anybody else in this audience would have, and I just wonder what the qualifications are that you're going to be able to answer, be on the spot, have your files with you, the way Greg does from his experience. He knows what to say and how to address the council's questions that come. Often you have these same questions with your 9 months of experience of being a councilwoman. So just think about it before you accept a position that only one person wants you to have. I could never go work for an employer where only one person in the company wanted to hire me. How am I going to work with all my colleagues? And especially if I have to supervise a staff of people that might even know more than me. That would just be uncomfortable. I would just think about it before you accept any kind of a position like that. And then I do the finances of Greg's position, temporary position right now, acting position right now came up. how long are we gonna have to keep Greg on board while he transitions everything to Councilman DeMarco for her job? If somebody has the qualifications and the experience and the master's degree in business and public administration, that's probably a relatively short period of time. Maybe it's a week, maybe it's 2 weeks, but has anybody thought about how long it's gonna take for just those files for Councilman DeMarco to understand what happens as preparation just to these meetings, never mind the day-to-day and the staff that you're gonna have to supervise as well. So just think about that. That's gonna be another expense that we're gonna have ongoing unless we just let you hit the ground running, and then that's even scarier. So there's gonna be a transition period where we're gonna have to keep Greg on in order to educate you as we're going into the job of being a business administrator. So, anyway, things to think about.
Thank you. Oh, you're welcome.
Thank you.
Brigitte McGuire, 610 Brindley Ave. Before I speak, I just want to play this clip that Tom mentioned.
Defending that off grant, ensuring that we're not going over the line. I do want to make two other comments. And this comment was made by both council without understanding. I made that comment offhandedly. It was an inappropriate comment. I've corrected it a number of times. I'd like to correct it one more time. Maybe it's the last time I have to say. Can I more, please? Thank you. Advice and consent, my view of advice and consent is that it is a check and balance, and that's what I believe it is. It's not control decision-making advice, it's a check and a balance. That's what I believe, and I think that's what we'll find out. So I wanted to just clarify that, because it's come up a couple of times, and maybe not as clear. So,
The mayor before, in his comments, mentioned that the word ethics gets thrown around a lot. I'd like to add to his list of words that get thrown around. Division. Division gets thrown around in this community a lot, on social media, up here. Division that has happened between Mayor Fox and Meredith against this council is at the top of this municipality. If division is happening to this degree at the top of this municipality, there's no hope for this community. So I want everyone to understand that, where do we go with this? Where do we go? How do we come together? Is it time for residents to truly come together and protest? And I don't know, how do we do this? I'm calling on help from fellow neighbors, from the council members, because I don't see where we're gonna go with this type of leadership, because it's division. It's pure division from the top. The next word I would also like to add to the list of words that get thrown around is faction. What the mayor and Meredith DeMarco have displayed here this evening, and what they plan to do ongoing, since the mayor did not deny that he wants to use this loophole. And everyone that supports that in this borough is part of the faction that exists here in this borough. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, thank you, Madam Clerk. Mr. Marco, I'm not here to discuss your qualifications or lack thereof. So
Would you mind stating your name and address?
Oh, sorry. Rafik Kaplan, 499. Mr. Marco, I'm not here to discuss your qualifications or lack thereof, so good news there. I do have a question. Given all that's happened tonight, and to recap, you were unanimously voted down by your fellow council members. The members of the public, I believe, unanimously spoke out against your candidacy. Again, nothing personal here. I'm not saying this to be mean. I don't think a single person spoke up and said you were the right person for this job. You were the best qualified. And you weren't in the room for this part of it, but some of the mayor's defense for your candidacy was met with open laughter by probably 2/3 of people in this room. Given all of that, would you still accept a temporary appointment for the DA's job if the mayor extended it to you?
I'm not answering that now, sir.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Anyone else inside the room?
Just Alice Harkin, 409 McCabe. Just a quick comment, and then I'm going to lighten up the mood a little bit. So I want to give you credit. You sat here tonight, which had to be a very difficult night, and you sat there. You have bigger, let me edit my word, guts than our mayor does. I think we have the right to be face to face and not behind some screen when he's right in this building. So I just need to say that. I give you credit for that.
I'm not in the building.
You went somewhere really quickly.
I'm sorry, I have somebody sick at home that I have to monitor. Sorry.
She's still got bigger guts than you. Now I'm gonna lighten the mood a little bit. This is a little pet peeve. We're talking about local summer, we're talking about the bocce league. Then why is the bathrooms closed at 6 o'clock at night with a big sign as of Tuesday of Labor Day week that says winter hours? We have a bocce league that goes till 8 o'clock on a Wednesday night with no open bathrooms. When I moved here full-time in 2017, many of the bathrooms used to be open well into October, November. That Lorraine Avenue bathroom, I'm so glad it was winterized. It's open year-round till 6. Makes sense. It is not winter hours. It is local summer. Somebody I don't know who monitors that, but somebody needs to do something about that. We have the right to pee.
Anyone else?
Alan Rappaport, 512 North Avenue. I'd like to concur, Meredith, you have big shoulders. I have a lot of respect for you. Don't think you're right for the job, but I have a lot of respect for you. Two comments, Mr. Cannon. I couldn't help but look at your eyes and look at your face while the mayor was talking about ethics and that you never spoke up during the back and forth about ethics, whether Ms. DeMarco was qualified or not. Did the mayor ever ask you about ethics? Thank you. Mr. Fernbeck, I have one question for you. I was very involved in a borough where I had to negotiate a retiring police chief's severance pay and sick time used and not used. Who monitors and accounts for your time when you submit it for the borough for the 100 and whatever hours? And I'm not saying you don't do it, but there needs to be a check and balance, as you know. Who's the person in the borough that checks your hours?
The mayor would be my supervisor, and so the mayor would have to review that, and he receives a copy of my time log every month, and it goes into finance with whom I work, and if they see something that doesn't make sense, they have an ability to flag that to the mayor.
Just asking the question because, again, it's our money because you are also a resident. Thank you.
Your question's reasonable.
Thank you, appreciate it.
Anyone else for Don?
Todd Greenberg, 302 Park Place Ave. Mr. Fernbeck, just had a question on the surplus equipment we're selling. Why, in God's name, would we sell a 2-year-old air compressor? I mean, we just bought it 2 years ago. Why would we buy it and then sell it? I mean, the thing's practically brand new, right?
Mr. Weber had exactly the same question. And the answer...
Great lines.
The answer is that 2+ years ago, the municipality bought from Ingersoll Rand the air compressor. When it arrived, it had a defect that, as a public agency, we could not use. We informed Ingersoll Rand. They sent us a replacement compliant air compressor.
Just want the old one back.
And they didn't want the old one back. And we have it, and we're trying to clear things out, and it can be used by a private party. So if there's anybody who's interested in an air compressor, this will be up for public auction.
Thank you very much.
Any other comments? Bill?
Yep. I just want, William Show, 110 Fifth Avenue, Pebble Beach. I just want to let everybody know that Chief Guida was able to acquire COVID test kits from Monmouth County Health Department.
which he forwarded to the OEM, and I have them here to distribute to whoever wants them. I'll stick around a little bit and give them out to whoever wanted. And on the other note, with Meredith DeMarco, I've worked with her for many, many years, and she's always proven herself that she's able to step up to the plate, and I think she will step up to the plate.
Thank you.
Tracy Davidson, 3044. This question is really for Mr. Cannon.
You speak louder.
Tracy Davidson, 3044. This question is really for Mr. Cannon. If a resident were to think that something unethical happened here with this, is there an agency that they can go to, either county or state, to have them look into it or make a grievance or a complaint or something like that?
So there's an ethical issue in the municipality, the local government ethics board, correct? No, the LGS.
Correct.
And local government services at the state. They have their website, you can make complaints, they investigate the merit of it, and if they find merit, then they file an official complaint.
Okay, and you can do that against the mayor or DeMarco if you think that's something.
Against
You could-
any elected
anybody?
authority, municipal official, anyone subject to the local government ethics law.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Is that it,
No,
Council
you
President?
have, Mrs. Mahoney coming up.
Hi, Kristen Mahoney, 200 Lorraine. Meredith, you applied for this job in February about?
I don't remember the exact date.
I just wonder because I've noticed that your votes are very much in line with the mayor's. And to me, that just puts into question, knowing that your desire would be to work under the mayor for the town, getting paid a professional salary. How much me as a townsperson, I could trust the authenticity of the votes that you have given us as a town, that your votes weren't somehow influenced by your desire to have a position with the mayor and in this town a paying position, because your votes are so often abstaining or exactly in line with those of the mayor. I've wondered often who it is that you're working for, who you're listening to. And I was wondering for so long who this candidate was that was holding up everything for so long, and why the mayor was so adamant about having this lawsuit. And I find out now that you are the person that this was all about. And for me, it answers a lot of questions. And for me, unfortunately, it brings up a lot of problems. And I just wanted to let you know that.
Thank you for sharing. Any other comments from inside the room? Mr. Cohen?
Thomas J. Cohen, 612 Third Avenue. Mr. Ken, I just have a quick question about the executive. Yeah, good. About the resolution 2023-227 on the executive session tonight. That's listed as affordable housing. Will there be anybody else in the closed session with the exception?
I think it's canceled.
Actually, I can answer that. That's going to be canceled, TJ. You have to make the motion.
It was to have occurred, the affordable housing attorney and planner.
Oh, okay. Yeah, because I was at the land use board meeting, and we got an extension on auto tech, and their lawyer was very adamant that he didn't have to supply affordable housing. I was kind of surprised. So I was surprised at that, but I'm not surprised that there'll be litigation. Thank you.
Well, just to be clear, there already is litigation.
Mm-hmm.
So we filed for our certification, like the borough started it as part of the certification process. Right. I don't know what's going on with litigation in the land use board. But there's been a litigation, the borough filed to get certification under the new code rubric.
Yeah, and
that's what we go in executive session to discuss, the progress of that litigation and the borough certification.
We're only about 4 years behind in doing that, but I'm happy that it's happening now. And I still
maybe more like 8.
Yeah. It's a rudderless ship, it just keeps going. But I do want to say that if there is a committee for affordable housing, I'd be happy to be on that committee with my expertise, I'd be happy to share with them. Thanks.
Linda Duffy, 312 Brinley. This is, got nothing to do with the topic tonight, I'm glad to say. All right, so I did a lot of walking this summer with my grandson, walking past John Weber's house. And he's got milkweed in the front, and guess what loves that milkweed? Lantern flies, and it kills them. It kills them. So I would like, and I looked into your no, seriously?
I did not know that.
John, you had them all over those heads, all over them. So I was wondering if we could make a planting of milkweed somewhere on the beach. Let's put it everywhere. Because John, they drink it at your house and die of wine.
I didn't know this. Free
No.
milkweed.
No,
I
seriously.
have to get free milkweed.
No, seriously, even Rutgers, I called Rutgers.
Okay.
So the other thing I want to say is the SDL portal. Now when you want information, you have to file a visit request for your own permits for your house. And I have to pay for them. Before it was free. What is going on?
You don't have to pay for an open request.
You have to pay for the pages. It's hundreds of pages.
For
What I
an
want,
open request?
I want copies of all the, I want a copy of all the permits ever taken out of my house.
Okay.
Because I want to see what was really done.
Okay,
And what wasn't
if
done.
you submit an open request and we pull the information, we email it to you, there's no charge for that.
There's no charge? That's what she said, there was a charge.
Now, if you want paper copies,
Yes, I do.
okay, then there's a charge.
So I could have printed it out myself. Before. And now I can't.
Ms. Duffy, I've been told that it was a violation of privacy.
It's my own privacy.
I understand, and,
But it's not.
It's amazing
It's
to
not.
me
I
that.
could look at anybody's tax records, correct?
Yes, yes, and it's amazing to me that so many other towns still have an SDL portal and we don't. And I feel like it's more work for our code office, because if you see something, you have a question, we could just go on the SDL portal, we could find out.
All right.
But now we can't,
No.
we have to file an Oprah, so.
No,
I
we don't
really-
have to file an open to find out the request. You can go up there and ask her, can you please look and see if.
Yeah, but I'm saying, if you're
Whatever.
questioning like maybe a neighbor's validity.
No, I was quite, not.
Yeah, but I'm just saying, like, it's not only with you, you
I
can't
know,
find your
anybody could
information.
look up anybody's before.
Yeah.
Just like I could look up
You want your own.
anybody's tax records if I
Yes.
wanted to. It's the same thing to me, anyway.
I wish we'd bring it back.
Yes, and the other thing I wanted to say is, I was told by somebody that works for this town that, all right, I got a violation on my door because I had no numbers on my house, but I did have numbers on my house. Took a picture, brought them to him, and he said he would take care of it. So, my question is, why don't people put, the permit yellow paper in their window when they're doing stuff to their house? I could be sitting on my porch and seeing strange people going into someone's house, and they could be robbing them. But if you have the yellow thing there, you know that they're gonna have work done. That makes sense. So why isn't that enforced? And I was told by this fire person that the coding person over here that gives you out the permit stuff doesn't wanna give it to them. They have to do it themselves. Like, who knows that unless you've done construction in your house?
I had a yellow permit, mine was.
Yeah, I think they're bringing the yellow permits back again.
She doesn't wanna give them out. It's not her responsibility, I'm told.
Well, I'm sure Greg Farrell will check into that.
Can we talk about it afterwards?
Yeah, I'm not, and I'd like to see that wall taken down in the Biazi room. That second wall, so the seniors can have their meeting with a little social distancing, because COVID's coming back and that room is very small.
I agree.
And what was that created for? That second space.
They're gonna use that for more offices for the code department.
They need more offices, their offices are huge. Thank you very much.
Cindy Lukenda, 218 Fort Ave. Mr. Kernbeck, a couple of questions. The sewer work that we just paid another $400,000 for, when that was all done, we were told that all of our properties would be restored back to how they were. And I could tell you probably 90% of them are a mess with weeds and seed that never took. And It seemed they had started replacing with sod on Second and Third Ave, but the rest of Third and Fourth never got that, and so we just have a lot of dirt patches or a lot of crabgrass and weeds growing. And I know some people have had to call in to complain to get them to come back out and do sod. Why are we not having it done properly and all of those properties being done with sod so that we don't have this issue and have to come in and take more time complaining on per house basis?
I wasn't part of the original design of the specifications, but as I understand it, the original specifications required the contractor to put in seed in those areas for restoration, and that there were a number of advisories sent out to people to keep those areas watered. Some people did, a lot of people did not. We've received, I'm at least aware of 8 or 9 resident concerns that were transferred to the engineer. And as I understand it, most if not all of those who were transferred to the engineer ended up getting the problems they complained about resolved. Some of those, a lot of them had to do with the restoration of planting conditions. Some of them had to do with some specific construction issues. And all I can say is that I don't recall receiving a complaint from you, but I know a number of complaints went directly to the engineer.
Well, you can consider it now, 218 Fourth Avenue. I also have a friend at 200 Fourth Avenue that their property was destroyed as well, so you could put that name down as well. To have that checked, and that would be
I'm sorry,
appreciated.
218 Fourth is
218 Fourth
yours.
Ave is mine, and 200 Fourth Ave. And I have a sprinkler system, so it's not that I didn't blow it, just so you know, as is also 200. Secondly, with the inventory selling of the various food trailers, what is the plan for next year to replace them? Are we thinking about getting something new? Are we thinking about outsourcing or bidding out to various, a rotation of food trucks or whatnot to replace what we didn't even replace on the north end? And then, of course, if Grill is gone, what's going to go in that place?
Here's generally what the circumstance is. The Department of Public Works has opined that the cost of repairing and maintaining these trailers exceeded the cost of the franchise fees that were paid. So the objective is going to be in a little while, October, November, to go out to seek proposals from people to be able to rent the space out and have access to gas and electric, to be able to have that space for a period of time, probably running from a couple of weeks prior to Memorial Day to approximately October 15th. And allow them to bring their own facilities in, and then that way the municipality will end up receiving essentially the net price, and the owner of that facility, whether it's a trailer or a truck or whatever, will be responsible for maintaining it. And part of the belief is that when it was owned by the municipality and wasn't really their responsibility, that the care of it was not the same as the care would be if it were something they own. And that is the current plan of action.
Okay, and that makes sense, it's fine. I would say, if anything, perhaps having been in the food business and restaurant business, you maybe think about rotating it more often than just doing the season per se. You might get a lot more interest and not some huge expense where people can come in, for a week or two, or a month or two, and say, listen, you can have pizza and this, you can have this and this, but people would gladly come in at a reasonable rate and rent that space for their food truck, knowing they only have to hook up once, they leave it there for the month, and then they're out. So just something to be kept in mind for that. And I still have a little more time to see people on.
Okay.
Yeah, just 1 second. we've looked to you as a subject matter expert, and we've appreciated your time here. Why do you feel Mr. Marco exceeds someone that maybe have been a business administrator with 20 years' experience in master's degrees?
I'm going to say this. Each one of what I consider to be the 4 major candidates for the position came with strengths and weaknesses. And we spent time analyzing the strengths and weaknesses of each one of those candidates. And one of the concerns had to do with the extent to which that candidate would be willing and able to deal in a municipality that is as difficult and challenging as this one is. And I am telling you, honestly, from a lot of experience, even though this is only a community of about 4,200 people, this is among the most challenging that I have ever seen. And I have colleagues who monitor what goes on in the local newspapers in surrounding jurisdictions. And I receive telephone calls and support emails telling me, keep it up. And in the review of the strengths and weaknesses, the general feeling was that Ms. DeMarco would have the highest probability of success of the 4 major candidates.
Okay, I just don't want to find us as a borough in 6 months facing a lawsuit because Ms. DeMarco feels she's been harassed, or, whatever you want to call the words, that because she's not going to be able to handle the 10,000 questions we are going to have every week, every other week, and expect her to be here and answer every single one of them and not say, I'll get back to you. We're going to want answers. We're going to want to know what's going on. And I don't want to find us in another lawsuit again because I'm a woman, I'm being harassed, I'm getting too many emails. That's baloney. You know what you're signing up for. Be ready for it.
Thank you. Any other comments from this side of the room?
I actually have a comment. I just want to clarify the point. Well, the last point, last time I checked is a business administrator can't sue a resident for harassment, but I don't think that's been the problem with past business administrators.
I'm not talking about myself.
I think
I'm talking about the borough.
we need to point in a different direction. That's the first point. The second point is, I just want to clarify a point relative to Councilor Cannon. I was not criticizing earlier, and I kind of read one of the comments from one of the residents that I was criticizing Councilor Cannon relative to that ethics comment I made. My point was that being a seasoned professional that he was, and is, in the May timeframe, he's, whether consciously or subconsciously, no flag went up with him. I was just trying to reinforce the point that I think this ethics point is kind of a point that comes up, and it's really unfortunate that it does. So I just wanted to clarify the point that I was not criticizing him. I was trying to make a point. So thank you.
We have Paul on Zoom.
Thank you. I'm a champion for the Lorraine. I just want to make a comment about the Rossi Center. I'm very happy with what receipts. However, I was shocked when I went in there the other day when the door was open to find that all the archives and collections of the Historical Society Museum had been moved around without notifying me. Display cases removed, very valuable and very old artifacts have been physically moved across the room. I would have wished for better communication, notification that this was going to happen, and being assured that there was not going to be any need to protect any of our collections. And it's quite obvious that there is a need. I'm hoping that communications will improve and that our collections will not be damaged. Also, I hear rumors that there will be changes made to the Ozzie Center. And if it means moving more offices in, I'm wondering what is going to happen to the Historical Society and Museum. We've been unable to use that space now for quite a while. First it was COVID, then it was the loss of a large section of our space. And then basically it was closed down. It was closed down because of the mold and seeing roof problems. If we're going to have less space in that building, I don't know what we're going to do. Our collections already are largely stacked against the walls. We have no place to display them. Thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no other comments, Mayor, I think we can close public comments.
All right, I'll make a motion to close to adjourn the meeting.
Oh, sorry, we have one more. Caller back.
The answer to Paul Nishamkin is save the church.
Oh, understood. Sorry for the miscommunication. Thank you.
Did you hear me?
Yes. Yes.
Good, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, Mayor, Mayor,
Yes.
did you want to make a motion?
Make a motion to adjourn.
I will second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Good night, everybody.
Good night, thank you.
Very good to see you all, my friends. How are you? And I'm not here for long.
Your hair got longer.
It did. I